Alright, looks like we're live. Hello, Ben. Congratulations, you are first. Yeah, I think just because it's so long, we'll probably just get into the Destiny Finkelstein debate right away.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point.
Now, some people accuse me of speaking very slowly, and they're advised on YouTube to turn up the speed twice to 3 times whenever I'm on. One of the reasons I speak slowly is because I attach value to every word I say.
Norm will say this all over and over and over again. I only deal in facts. I don't deal in hypotheticals. I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. And that seems to be the case, except for when the facts are completely and totally contrary to the particular point you're trying to push. The idea that Jews would have out of hand rejected any state that had Arabs on it or always had a plan of expulsion is just betrayed by the acceptance of the 47 partition
I don't
plan.
think you understand politics.
They forced the British to prevent the immigration of Jews from Europe and reaching safe shores in Palestine.
Well,
That's what they did. And they knew that the Jews were being persecuted in Europe.
Was Palestine the only spot of land on Earth?
Yes, basically that was the problem. The Jews couldn't emigrate anywhere else.
What about your great friends in Britain, the architects of the Balfour Declaration?
By the late 1930s,
what about the United
weren't
States?
happy to take in Jews, and the Americans
and
weren't happy to take in Jews.
And why are Palestinians, who are not Europeans, who had zero role in the rise of Nazism, who had no relation to any of this, why are they somehow
That's an ironic thing to say.
Uniquely responsible for what happened in Europe and uniquely
culpable? The only safe haven for Jews.
Professor Morris, because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened.
Oh my God.
Because there was no options left for those people.
The Hamas guys who attacked the kibbutzim, apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were out to kill civilians. And they killed family after family, house after house.
Talk fast.
I'm just
People think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the UN.
Yeah, but you
I
see,
know you like them sometimes, only when they agree with you, though.
Yeah.
But you've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beaches as often in articles. Those kids were literally...
First question is about 1948. For Israelis, 1948 is the establishment of the State of Israel.
How's my depression? A little down today, but not too bad.
Israel and the War of Independence. For Palestinians, 1948 is the Nakba, which means catastrophe, or the displacement of 700,000 Palestinians from their homes as a consequence of the war. What to you is important to understand about the events of 1948 and the period around there, 47, 49, that helps us understand what's going on today and maybe helps us understand the roots of all of this that started even before 1948. I was hoping that Norm can speak first, then Benny, then Wayne, and then Norm.
After World War II, the British decided that they didn't want to deal with the Palestine question anymore, and the ball was thrown into the court of the United Nations. Now, as I read the record, the UN was not attempting to arbitrate or adjudicate rights and wrongs. It was confronting a very practical problem. There were 2 national communities in Palestine, and there were irreconcilable differences on fundamental questions, most importantly, looking at the historic record on the question of immigration, and associate with the question of immigration, the question of land. The UN Special Committee on Palestine, which came into being before the UN 181 partition resolution, the UN Special Committee, it recommended 2 states in Palestine. There was a minority position represented by Iran, India, Yugoslavia. They supported 1 state, but they believed that if forced to, the 2 communities would figure out some sort of modus vivendi and live.
Nipple clamps, no tellers, check this out. Make sure the sound is turned on.
Stop it! Stop! Stop it! Leave that man alone!
Yeah, an autist would think that. Thanks for the donation, Nipple clamps.
Together. United Nations General Assembly supported partition between what it called a Jewish state and an Arab state. Now, in my reading of the record, and I understand there's new scholarship on the subject, which I've not read, but so far as I've read the record, there's no clarity on what the United Nations General Assembly...
Aaron P., what's up, dude?
Are you going to Planted Expo next weekend in Toronto? Or is it too far for you?
Planted Expo, Toronto. If it's worth going, I'll go. If it's not, then I'm just not.
Did you know they make faba bean tofu? On small block of it is like 65 grams of protein. It's smaller than a typical soy tofu package too.
I did not know that, no. I know you can make tofu out of a variety of different beans, but I didn't know that.
I have been pondering this for a while. Would it be non-vegan to buy plants grown with animal-derived manure? I'm unsure to where the line is drawn and how much of a responsibility it is to check if animal-derived manure is used in the production.
Well, ideally you'd avoid it. So that's why you should avoid buying organic, because organic is going to use more manure. So, yeah, just don't buy organic. I wouldn't say it's unethical, but you want to reduce it because you're indirectly supporting animal agriculture. Thanks for the donation, though, Bean. I'll be on the lookout for fava bean tofu. Thanks for the donation, Black Lotus. So, Dr. Gregor's kind of an idiot. Nehemiah Delgado, I think he's a bit of a jackass. I don't know who these other people are. I know who that is, but I don't think I'm going to bother traveling out all that way just to possibly talk to these people. Who the fuck is this? Who's Genesis Butler? Who the fuck is that? Okay, she's just an animal rights advocate.
You think DeSantis will go through with this?
Let me take a look. Florida is on its way to banning and criminalizing alternative meat. Of course it is. We're not going to have fake meat. Like, that doesn't work. Governor Ron DeSantis wants to keep lab-grown meat out of Florida. Quietly working to ban, criminalize the production and sale of cell-cultivated meat across the state. I'm assuming this is because he's getting money from, like, the meat and dairy lobby. The bill's going to protect our meat. What is the argument against this exactly? As of today, the unknowns are great. House bill sponsor Danny Alvarez. If the unknowns feel a little too simple for you, it's probably because it is. Well then, if you're saying there's things that are unknown, then why are you proactively banning it? This is just retarded. They have to be getting paid by Beef Checkoff or something. I don't think it's gonna go through. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Dodo donated $2. Do you feel sad that you can't meet up with your friend Isaac anymore since he's too far now and low-key doxed him when you said he lived 5 minutes from you? Have you been liking the area you're in? Do you feel more isolated or what? I'm fine. It's not too much of a bother. I don't know how I doxed him when I just said I live... Like, we both lived in Guelph, and it's a small town. You're an idiot, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'm doing just fine.
I got downvoted in a vegan subreddit today for saying that the Vegan Society's definition is bad and possible and practicable doesn't protect animal rights.
Liquid! Liquid!
Yeah, that's about what you'd expect. I don't know why people protect the Vegan Society's definition so much. It's bad. Like, it's just not good. If you get into any high-level debates with people using that definition, they just immediately poke holes in it, and then you have to do, like, a shit ton of mental gymnastics and coping to make it work. Thanks for the donation, though, Dreamzation. Dodo, don't need to tell us you have lines under your eyes. Are you tired? Did you get enough sleep? React. I've been sleeping all day, and I'm still tired. His handlers are the Prime Minister of Ireland, Leo Varadkar, or Varadkar, and Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, you self-satirical twits. Biden slowly descends the Capitol steps as his handlers keep a watchful eye, points towards his motorcycle, his motorcade, and shuffles back into his limo. Vigor. Like, do these people not realize they work together? Okay. Also, did the Direct Action Everywhere Toronto unban you or reach out to you or anything since your interview with Wayne? Nope. They've not reached out to me or talked to me at all. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Meant by a Jewish state and an Arab state, except for the fact that the Jewish state would be demographically, the majority would be Jewish, and the Arab state demographically would be Arab. The UNSCOP, the UN Special Committee on Palestine, it was very clear, and it was reiterated many times, that in recommending two states, each state, the Arab state and the Jewish state, would have to guarantee full equality of all citizens with regard to political, civil, and religious matters. Now, that does raise the question, if there is absolute full equality of all citizens, both in the Jewish state and the Arab state, with regard to political rights, civil rights, and religious rights, apart from the demographic...
It'd be awesome if your donation playlist would be expanded. You got twerking, singing, sit-ups, etc. But what about $25 to wear black eyeliner for a whole stream?
I guess I could do something like that. I don't have any makeup, though. I'd have to buy makeup. Thanks for the donation, Black Lotus. Kenny Porn donated $2. Did Aaron P. do Jasmine justice? Why did Jasmine delete all her videos again? I don't know why Jasmine deleted all her videos. She might have been getting harassed and didn't want to deal with it. Alright, well, that is Aaron P. eating a carrot. Thanks for the donation, Kenny. Dodo donated $2. Let me take a look. I'm the president and I decide. Macron to the French people. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Holy shit. Already. Dude, what a bunch of fucking cowards. Russians are losing their shit over Macron's speech. They already talk how France must split into many states. Lol. Oh my god, really? Dude, that is funny. Yeah, dude, if any other country gets involved, Russia knows they're fucked. Emmanuel Macron just told Putin to take his nuclear threat and shove it up his ass. He said Ukraine must win, Russia must lose. He is the French president, and he decides if French troops are going. Hopefully he does. That'd be pretty fucking based. That's pretty awesome. It's very uncharacteristic of the French, too. I will tell you one thing about Macron. Russian troll factory is really upset about him and keeps doing overtime, posting lots of whining and hate. And it's delicious. Macron really hit Russian nerves last night. If Russians are winning, we're doing it right. Yeah, for real. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Majority, it's very unclear what it meant
Hey,
to call
Seymour,
a state
yeah,
Jewish
we're doing good.
or call the state Arab. In my view, the partition resolution was the correct decision. I do not believe that the Arab and Jewish communities could, at that point, be made to live together. I disagree with the minority position of India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, and that not being a practical option, two states was the only other option. In this regard, I would want to pay tribute to what was probably the most moving speech at the UN General Assembly proceedings by the Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko. I was very tempted to quote it at length, but I recognized that would be taking too much time. So I asked a young friend, Jamie Stern Weiner, to edit it and just get the essence of what Foreign Minister Gromyko had to say. During the last war, Gromyko said, the Jewish people underwent exceptional sorrow and suffering. Without any exaggeration, this sorrow and suffering are indescribable.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Putin loves threatening NATO with a large nuclear attack. In reality, he would never attack NATO with nukes, as the Mad Doctrine is still in peace. NATO would be able to respond with so forcefully that Russia would lose the little indoor plumbing it has. Yeah. Russia would be obliterated off the map. There wouldn't be Russia anymore. Like, literally everybody would die. Nuclear holocaust. World War III, Macron has announced a plan for French troops to fight Russia. NATO moves hydrogen bombs to Russian border. Humanity is sleepwalking into Armageddon. Yeah, sure. This is, like, you actually have to have brain rot if you, one, take Russian nuclear threats seriously, and two, if your policy is to just, like, spread your cheeks to anybody who threatens nukes, you're going to be run by fucking Russia and China and Iran all your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the world has never been closer to nuclear war. France's Macron and other world leaders are saying their populations have to get ready for national draft and direct confrontation, sending soldiers in to Ukraine to fight Russians. And now Macron and NATO have announced that they've loaded hydrogen bombs on fighter jets and stationed them on the border with Russia in NATO countries for full nuclear war. That's why we saw Putin come out and say, okay, we don't want nuclear war, but we are ready. Now, the real target is the West, Europe and the United States, Canada, and other nations that are under WF globalist control. The people are rebelling against the open borders, against the carbon taxes, against all the tyranny. But if there is a wider, larger global war, perhaps even a nuclear war, they'll be able to take full control of the West. This is such a dangerous time to be alive, and we need everyone to be talking to their congressmen, talking to their congresswomen. We need people in Europe to be protesting here. This is out of control. Soros and others brag that they overthrew the Ukrainian government 10 years ago, and the CIA's been in a proxy war with the Russians for 10 years, that the Russians were losing in Ukraine. That's why he officially invaded 2 years and 2 months ago. So pray for peace, get politically active, because the world's never been in more danger. The globalists know that the end of their old political system and their old financial system is coming to an end, and they want the global cashless society in place right now. Follow all this critical information.
This is retarded and makes absolutely no sense.
Yo, glad to hear about President Macron's support of Ukraine. Anyway, who is Mao Zedong? For the blind he is vision. For the hungry he is food. If Mao thinks, I agree. If Mao speaks, I listen. Thoughts on Mao Zedong?
Mao Zedong was a bad guy. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps. And yeah, I know about Macron's support for Ukraine. He's pretty based. Well, what a coincidence that right after Macron suggests putting troops in Ukraine, there's a massive propaganda campaign online and offline calling his wife trans. Pay attention, this is classic Russian propaganda campaign. Yep.
The king of Leith Y, Dave Leduc, is vegan. Leith Y is basically Muay Thai but with less rules and headbutts are allowed. Pretty badass.
Yeah, I heard about that. He was on the Joe Rogan podcast, wasn't he? Yeah, dude, that is crazy how they allow headbutts. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody ends up dying because of that. Yeah, seems like a pretty goddamn good fighter. Thanks for that donation, Masashi Blade.
We are a nation where free speech is no longer allowed, and where crime is rampant and out of control like never, ever before.
The carnage line. He's always going with the carnage, Steve. Is it true?
Well, no, crime is not out of control like it's ever been before. And in fact, crime is actually continuing to drop under President Biden. So let's take a look at violent crime. This is per 100,000 people in relationship to our size of our population. And you can see that violent crime actually since 2020 has dropped by 15%. It's below any place it was during the Trump administration, and it's had this huge drop in 2023. The same is basically true of property crime. You can see here, this is people robbing homes and things of that like, down 7%, 1,830 per 100,000 people. So this is a complete fiction.
Yeah. Republicans always like to lie about crime statistics so that they can, do their fucking bootlicking campaign. Thanks for that donation, though, Dodo.
Hundreds of thousands of Jews are wandering about in various countries of Europe in search of means of existence and in search of shelter. The United Nations cannot and must not regard this situation with indifference. Past experience, particularly during the Second World War, shows that no Western European state was able to provide adequate assistance for the Jewish people in defending its rights and its very existence from the violence of the Hitlerites and their allies. This is an unpleasant fact, but unfortunately, like all other facts, it must be admitted. Gromyko went on to say, in principle, he supports one state, or the Soviet Union supports one state, but he said, if relations between the Jewish and Arab populations of Palestine proved to be so bad that it would be impossible to reconcile them and to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the Arabs and the Jews, the Soviet Union would support two states. I personally am not convinced that the two states would have been unsustainable in the long term if, and this is a big if, the Zionist movement had been faithful to the position it proclaimed during the UNSCOP public hearings. At the time, Ben-Gurion testified, quote, I want to express what we mean by a Jewish state. We mean by a Jewish state simply a state where the majority of the people are Jews, not a state where a Jew has in any way, any privilege more than anyone else. A Jewish state means a state based on absolute equality of all her citizens and on democracy. Alas, this was not to be. As Professor Morris has written, quote, Zionist ideology and practice were necessarily and elementally expansionist. And then he wrote in another book, transfer, the euphemism for expulsion, transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state. And a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yeshuv's leaders, the Yeshuv being the Jewish community, the Yeshuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. Or, as Professor Morris retrospectively put it, quote, a removing of a population was needed. Without a population expulsion, a Jewish state would not have been established, unquote. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution. I won't play games with that. I know a lot of people tried to prove it's not true. It clearly, in my view, is true. The Arab side rejected outright the partition resolution, while Israeli leaders, acting on the compulsions inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism, found the pretext in the course.
New donated $2. Your psychiatrist diagnosed you with bipolar disorder. Have you considered getting diagnosed for schizoaffective disorder instead? Schizoaffective disorder is basically schizophrenia with mood disorder symptoms like bipolar. That might be why you hallucinate. She's the one who gave me the diagnosis, and she didn't say I have bipolar. She said I may have bipolar. But she's the one who gave me the diagnosis, so I'll, assume she's the expert and knows what she's talking about. Thanks for the donation, New.
Do you strive for the realization of communism and pledge loyalty to Mao Zedong thought, and promise to fight restlessly against Deng Xiaoping's counter-revolutionary revisionist line, and against capitalist roaders within the party? Favorite CCP member?
No, I don't. And I can't say I have a favorite CCP member. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps.
Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. Check out what Trump said if he doesn't win in 2024 also. What are your thoughts on freeganism? I remember you saying once when Krispy Kreme threw away donuts.
Let me see.
Get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. Now, if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be.
Yeah, why isn't he in jail already? That is a bizarre thing to say. So thoughts on freeganism. There's nothing wrong with freeganism as long as you don't violate the rights of others. I would say, if you're going to do a freeganism thing, dumpster dive for Krispy Kreme donuts, that sort of shit, just don't eat that stuff in front of other people, because it gives people the idea that it's okay to eat that crap. So, buy it and eat it. But so long as you're not violating the rights of others and you're not promoting other people eating that food, don't see any issue with it. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Of the first Arab-Israeli war to expel the indigenous population and expand its borders. I therefore conclude that neither side was committed to the letter of the partition resolution, and both sides aborted it.
Thank you, Norm. Norm asked that you make a lengthy statement in the beginning. Benny, I hope it's okay to call everybody by their first name in the name of camaraderie. Norm has quoted several things you said. Perhaps you can comment broadly on the question of 1948 and maybe respond to the things that Norm said.
Yeah. UNSCOP, the United Nations Special Committee on Palestine, recommended partition. The majority of UNSCOP recommended partition, which was accepted by the UN General Assembly in November 1947. essentially looking back to the Peel Commission in 1937. 10 years earlier, a British commission had looked at the problem of Palestine, the two warring national groups who refused to live together, if you like, or consolidate a unitary state between them. And Peel said there should be two states. That's the principle. The country must be partitioned into two states. This would give a modicum of justice to both sides, if not.
Did you know Noah made a video calling Destiny a Zionist genocide denier?
Noah.
The popular Palestinian treat kanafa to indigent customers earned him the nickname Father of the Poor. 84 years.
Oh, this dipshit. Yeah, I've seen it. He's a fucking cuck, dude. Yeah, he's an absolute cuck. Calling it a genocide is the most retarded fucking thing imaginable. Like, you can make claims like Israel isn't doing enough to reduce civilian casualties, shit like that, but if you're calling this a genocide, you're absolutely fucked out of your mind. You would have to bite the bullet and then say, you know, like America entering World War II was a genocide against German people.
Year-old Elham Farah from one of Palestine's oldest Christian families, a reputed accorditionist and music teacher known as Mother Orange to generations of Palestinian music students for her shock of red hair, shot dead by an...
Yeah, but he's a fucking idiot. He does the typical bullshit where he conflates, you know, a soldier doing something bad with some sort of top-down policy that Israel has, and then he'll cherry pick instances where civilians were killed wrongfully. But he's a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
All their demands, of course. And the United Nations followed suit. The United Nations, UNSCOP, and then the UN General Assembly, representing the will of the international community, said two states is the just solution in this complex situation. The problem was that immediately with the passage of the resolution, the Arab states and the Arabs of Palestine said no, as Norman Finkelstein said. They said no, they rejected the partition idea, the principle of partition, not just the idea of what percentage which side should get, but the principle of partition. They said no to. The Jews should not have any part of Palestine for their sovereign territory. Maybe Jews could live as a minority in Palestine. That also was problematic in the eyes of the Palestinian Arab leadership. Husseini had said only Jews who were there before 1917 could actually get citizenship and continue to live there. But the Arabs rejected partition, and the Arabs of Palestine launched, in very disorganized fashion, war against the resolution, against the implementation of the resolution, against the Jewish community.
Do you think a vegan society that commercialized veganism would be okay? Say companies also collect the incidental crop deaths, and make profits on them? Setting aside the health and safety issues, could this cause incentive to kill more of these animals?
Well, yeah, whenever there's a profit motive, you're going to be incentivized to commit more harm. So, yeah, that would be a concern. Thanks for that donation, though, Josh Dilworth. Yeah, I wouldn't support something like that. Fuel donated $2. Report this Andrew Tate video for reporting terrorism as he did. He literally is.
When my father was still alive, the war in Afghanistan was going on. And I remember asking my dad, saying, why do the Taliban even fight and resist the American war machine? They don't stand a chance. And my dad said, they're fighting for their way of life. They want their wife, and they want their children, and they want their society and their language, and they don't want pride flags, and they don't want to be told what to do. And they're fighting to be a culture and be a people which is independent in and of itself. Like, they're not the bad guys you think they are. They're people who are like, why?
How old is Andrew Tate? Okay, so he's like 5 years older than me. When was the 2001. Okay, so it would have been a teenager.
Why are you here? What do you want? We don't agree with that. That's against our holy book. Fuck off. Who is your father? You want to see how chess players consume?
That is a psychotic... If that actually happened and he asked his dad, why is the Taliban fighting back? That has to be the most retarded answer to give a kid.
To the future, read his Twitter, @Tate Terrific. Everything he was talking about 11 years ago is so important now.
Andrew Tate's whole family is fucktarded, dude. Thanks for the donation, Fuel.
What is your opinion on Kyle Rittenhouse? He is giving a speech at the university in my city and everyone is losing their minds. People are already making terroristic threats against him.
So, I think Kyle was an alright dude. Basically what's happened to him is he has become such a pariah, especially among left-leaning progressives, that he's had to kind of seek shelter in right-wing political spheres. So he's become buddies with people like Steven Crowder. And it's not really working out too well for him. I don't think he's a bad guy necessarily. It doesn't appear so, but he's yeah, he's just in a really fucked situation. And apparently he's like broke and he's having trouble with getting a job and everything, as one might expect. So yeah, he's kind of fucked. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
Community in Palestine. And this
I don't think Kyle did anything wrong, though. I think he probably should have shot and killed more of those fuckers.
Their defeat in that civil war between the two communities while the British were withdrawing from Palestine led to the Arab invasion, the invasion by the Arab states in May 1948 of the country. Again, basically with the idea of eradicating or preventing the emergence of a Jewish state in line with the United Nations decision and the will of the international community. Norman said that the Zionist enterprise, and he quoted me, meant from the beginning to transfer or expel the Arabs of Palestine or some of the Arabs of Palestine. And I think he's sort of quoting out of context. The context in which the statements were made that the Jewish state could only emerge if there was a transfer of Arab population was preceded, in the way I wrote it and the way it actually happened, by Arab resistance and hostilities towards the Jewish community. Had the Arabs accepted partition, there would have been a large Arab minority in the Jewish state, which emerged in 47. And in fact, Jewish economists and state builders took into account that there would be a large Arab minority and its needs would be cared for, etc. But this was not to be, because the Arabs attacked. And had they not attacked, perhaps a Jewish state with a large Arab minority could have emerged, but this didn't happen. They went to war, the Jews resisted, and in the course of that war, Arab populations were driven out. Some were expelled, some left because Arab leaders advised them to leave or ordered them to leave. And at the end of the war, Israel said they can't return because they just tried to destroy the Jewish state. And that's the basic reality of what happened in 48. The Jews created a state. The Palestinian Arabs never bothered to even try to create a state before 48 and in the course of the 1948 war. And for that reason, they have no state to this day. The Jews do have a state because they prepared to establish a state, fought for it, and established it, hopefully lastingly.
When you say hostility, in case people are not familiar, there was a full-on war where Arab states invaded, and Israel won that war.
Let me just add to clarify. The war had two parts to it. The first part was the Arab community in Palestine, its militiamen, attacked the Jews from November 1947. In other words, from the day after the UN partition resolution was passed, Arab gunmen were busy shooting up Jews, and that snowballed into a full-scale civil war between the two communities in Palestine. In May 1948, a second stage began in the war in which the Arab states invaded the new state, attacked the new state, and they too were defeated, and thus a state of Israel emerged. In the course of this two-stage war, a vast Palestinian refugee problem occurred.
And so after that, the transfer, the expulsion, the thing that people call the Nakba happened. William, could you speak to 1948 and the historical significance of it?
Sure. There's a lot to unpack here. I'll try to limit myself to just a few points. Regarding Zionism and transfer, I think Chaim Weizmann, the head of the World Zionist Organization, had it exactly right when he said that the objective of Zionism is to make Palestine as Jewish as England is English or France is French. In other words, as Norman explained, a Jewish state requires Jewish political, demographic, and territorial supremacy. Without those three elements, the state would be Jewish in name only. And I think what distinguishes Zionism is its insistence, supremacy, and exclusivity.
This is ahistorical.
That would be my first point. The second point is, I think what the Soviet foreign minister at the time, Andrei Gromyko, said is exactly right, with one reservation. Gromyko was describing a European savagery unleashed against Europe's Jews. At the time, it wasn't Palestinians or Arabs. The savages and the barbarians were European to the core. It had nothing to do with developments in Palestine or the Middle East. Secondly, at the time that Gromyko was speaking, those Jewish survivors of the Holocaust and others who were in need of safe haven were still overwhelmingly on the European continent and not on Palestine, not in Palestine.
Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see.
You'd be amazed at how many women would not be willing to accept men who are blue collar, even if they made more money.
What?
Brother, this goes deep. So at the
Is it about the money or is it about the look?
It's about how her friends will perceive her man.
It's about how her friends will perceive her man.
It all comes back home.
Ladies, say this shit ain't so.
Say it ain't so.
Somebody come in here and say this shit ain't so.
How many times have I been in a club and I'm standing next to a guy who's a contractor? He's out earning all the brothers standing in suits, but the women will laugh at the contractor. And in the black community, I tell women, if you want a good man, the majority of men making over six figures got a truck.
Damn. A word truck.
And the dudes that's in the suits got a...
Okay, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
And I think, given the scale of the savagery, I don't think that any one state or country should have borne the responsibility for addressing this crisis. I think it should have been an international responsibility. The Soviet Union could have contributed. Germany certainly could and should have contributed. The United Kingdom and the United States, which slammed their doors shut to the persecuted Jews of Europe as the Nazis were
I
rising.
just love how the non-maggot GOP's turning on Trump lol.
Let me see.
At the end of the day, this comes down to a very simple contrast between President Trump and President Biden. Were you better off 4 years ago than you are today? The answer for this entire country is no. I mean, yeah, we are better off today, or we...
What?
At the...
That was a bit of an oops.
These cases, Donald Trump is pursuing and articulating an agenda that is at odds with the conservative agenda that we governed on during our 4 years. And that's why I cannot in good conscience endorse Donald Trump in this campaign. But let me each of...
Yeah, like when his former VP is saying Trump's a fucking piece of shit, I don't know how the fuck you can vote for him. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
To power, they certainly should have played a role. But instead, what passed for the international community at the time decided to partition Palestine. And here I think we need to judge the partition resolution against the realities that obtained at the time. Two-thirds of the population of Palestine was Arab. The Yishuv, the Jewish community in Palestine, constituted about 1/3 of the total population and controlled even less of the land within Palestine as a preeminent Palestinian.
Late Lentil Jones, $20. Hello, Lantis Lacones. My name is Soda Stains. I come from a long line of choking mokers. Palestine should be wiped out just like Mao Zedong did to Sparrows. France is based. Thoughts on the Tokus? Thoughts on the Theotokus? I don't know what a Theotoku is. Thanks for the donation, Late Lentil Jones.
Historian Walid al-Khalidi has pointed out the partition resolution in giving roughly 55% of Palestine to the Jewish community, and I think 42% to the Arab community, to the Palestinians, did not preserve the position of each community or even favor one community at the expense of the others. Rather, it thoroughly inverted and revolutionized the relationship between the two communities. And as many have written, the Nakba was the inevitable consequence of partition, given the nature of Zionism, given the territorial disposition, given the weakness of the Palestinian community, whose leadership had been largely decimated during a major revolt at the end of the 1930s, given that the Arab states were still very much under French and British influence. The Nakba was inevitable, the inevitable product.
I agree. What kind of morons chase a guy who has an AR-15 in his hands and assaults him? All these college kids I have talked to about the situation have no clue about the details of the case. They are just mindless drones virtue signaling.
Yeah. To this day, there's still a lot of fucking people who don't realize Kyle didn't even kill a single black guy. There's still a lot of people who think Kyle shot and killed like a black dude, which never happened. It's pretty retarded. Thanks for that donation, Misashi Blade.
Of the partition.
Huh?
I realize this is a kind of a gross thought.
Yeah.
But have you ever wondered what the length of your longest poop is?
Yeah.
I'm really curious about that. Sometimes I just think about things like this.
The length of my longest poop. It would have been pretty long. Like maybe that longish. I've had some pretty long poops. Thanks for the donation, Then though.
Resolution. And one last point also about the UN's partition resolution is, yes, formally that is what the international community decided on the 29th of November 1947. It's not a resolution that could ever have gotten through the UN General Assembly today for a very simple reason. It was a very different General Assembly. Most African, most Asian states were not yet independent. Were the resolution to be placed before the international community today, and I find it telling that the minority opinion was led by India, Iran, and Yugoslavia, I think they would have represented the clear majority. So partition, given what we know about Zionism, given that it was entirely predictable what would happen, given the realities on the ground in Palestine, was deeply unjust. And the idea that either the Palestinians or the Arab states could have accepted such a resolution is I think, an illusion. That was in 1947. We saw what happened in 48 and 49. Palestinian society was essentially destroyed. Over 80%, I believe, of Palestinians resident in the territory.
See, I'm confused. How do you do sets of 5 on bench press? You can do 5 reps every time with no rep drop off. So on your first and third set, you get 5. I'm guessing your third set is less RIR than your first. Yes. Sets of 5 don't really generate a ton of fatigue, so it's easier to do like all sets of 5 across, and you're going to have a closer proximity to failure on your last set.
That became the state of Israel were either expelled or fled, and ultimately were ethnically cleansed, because ethnic cleansing consists of 2 components. It's not just forcing people into refuge or expelling them.
I wonder why people who support Palestine don't realize that Hamas doesn't want any kind of peaceful solution and only want to genocide the Jews, while Israel is open to a peaceful end to the conflict. They only see the war casualties.
Well, you see, it's because they're retarded. Like, especially considering Hamas, they're not just, freedom fighters or whatever the fuck you want to call them. They're a jihadist terrorist organization that's an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood. They don't want peace. They just want genocide. So I don't know why there's any kind of sympathy given to Hamas when they're a jihadist Muslim terrorist organization. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Ninja.
It's just as importantly preventing their return. And here, and Benny Morris has written, I think, an article about Yosef Weitz and the transfer committees. There was a very detailed initiative to prevent their return, and it consisted of razing hundreds of Palestinian villages to the ground, which was systematically implemented, and so on. And so Palestinians became a stateless people. Now, what is the most important reason that no Arab state was established in Palestine? Well, since the 1930s, the Zionist leadership and the Hashemite leadership of Jordan, as has been thoroughly researched and written about by the Israeli-British historian Avi Shlaim, essentially colluded to prevent the establishment of an independent Arab state in Palestine in the late 1940s. There's much more here, but I think those are the key points I would make about 1948.
We may talk about Zionism, Britain, UN assemblies, and all the things you mentioned. There's a lot to dig into. So, again, if we can keep it to just one statement moving forward, sure. After Stephen, if you want to go a little longer. Also, we should acknowledge the fact that the speaking speeds of people here are different. Stephen speaks about 10 times faster than me. Stephen, if you want to comment on 1948?
Yeah, I think it's interesting where people choose to start the history. I notice a lot of people like to start at either 47 or 48 because it's the first time where they can clearly point to a catastrophe that occurs on the Arab side that they want to ascribe 100% of the blame to the newly emergent Israeli state to. But I feel like when you have this type of reading of history, it feels like the goal is to moralize everything first and then to pick and choose facts that kind of support the statements of your initial moral statement afterwards. Whenever people are talking about 48 or the establishment of the Arab state, I never hear about the fact that a civil war started in 47. That was largely instigated because of the Arab rejectionism of the 47 partition plan. I never hear about the fact that the majority of the land that was acquired happened by purchases from Jewish organizations of Palestinian Arabs of the Ottoman Empire before the mandatory period in 1920 even started. Funnily enough, King Abdullah of Jordan was quoted as saying, "The Arabs are as prodigal in selling their land as they are in weeping about it." I never hear about the multiple times that Arabs rejected partition, rejected living with Jews, rejected any sort of state that would have even had any sort of Jewish exclusivity. It's funny because it was brought up before that the partition plan was unfair, and that's why the Arabs rejected it, as though they rejected it because it was unfair, because of the amount of land that Jews were given, and not just due to the fact that Jews were given land at all, as though a 30% partition or a 25% partition would have been accepted, when I don't think that was the reality of the circumstances. I feel like most of the other stuff has been said, but I noticed that whenever people talk about 48 or the years preceding 48, I think the worst thing that happens is there's a cherry picking of the facts where basically all of the blame is ascribed to this built-in idea of Zionism that because of a handful of quotes or because of an ideology, we can say that transfer or popular.
Hey Richard Lakeowans, just letting you know that my name is pronounced Latalentintinal like fentanyl. Anyways, how so you spell Hanaka? Also watch this corn man.
How do you spell Hanukkah? I don't know, maybe Google it. Also watch this con man, let me see.
Iltam Zumra Rashupti Ilatim, Litait Belet Ishi, Rabit Igigi. Ishta Zumra Rashupti Ilatim, Litait Belet Nishi, Rabit Igigi.
Equidem nullum aliud consilium nisi mali vestri impediendi dineo. Caveto vero plebem dolentem, que subito patrem perdiderit.
All right, well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Lentinol Jones. I think that's how we do it. I don't know.
Population expulsion or the basically the mandate of all of these Arabs being kicked off the land was always going to happen, when I think there's a refusal sometimes as well to acknowledge that regardless of the ideas of some of the Zionist leaders, there is a political, social, and military reality on the ground that they're forced to contend with. And unfortunately, the Arabs because of their inability to engage in diplomacy and only to use tools of war to try to negotiate everything going on in mandatory Palestine, basically always gave the Jews a reason or an excuse to fight and acquire land through that way because of their refusal to negotiate on anything else, whether it was the partition plan in 47, whether it was the Lausanne peace conference afterwards, where Israel even offered to annex Gaza in 51, where they offered to take in 100,000 refugees. Every single deal is just rejected out of hand because the Arabs don't want a Jewish state anywhere in this region of the world.
I would like to engage Professor Morris. If you don't mind, I'm not with the first name. It's just not my way of relating.
You can just call me Morris. You don't need the professor.
Okay. There's a real problem here. And it's been a problem I've had over many years of reading your work. Apart perhaps from a grandchild, I suspect nobody knows your work better than I do. I've read it many times, not once, not twice, at least 3 times, everything you've written. And the problem is, it's a kind of quicksilver. It's very hard to grasp a point and hold you to it. So we're going to try here to see whether we can hold you to a point. And then you argue with me the point. I have no problem with that. Your name, please?
Stephen Bunnell.
Okay. Mr. Bunnell.
Do you train each muscle 2 or 3 times per week? What split are you using? How many weekly sets are you doing for chest? Yeah, I train each muscle group 2 to 3 times per week. I'm doing a full body split, and I'm doing about 12 to 15 sets on chest per week, around there.
Now refer to cherry picking and handful of quotes. Now, it's true that when you wrote your first book on the Palestinian refugee question, you only had a few lines on this issue of transfer.
4 pages.
Yeah. In the first book.
In the first book, 4 pages.
Maybe 4. I'm not going to quarrel. My memory is not clear. We're talking about 40 years ago. I read it, but then I read other things by you. Okay. And you were taken to task, if my memory is correct, that you hadn't adequately documented the claims of transfer. Allow me to finish. And I thought that was a reasonable challenge because it was an unusual claim for a mainstream Israeli historian to say, as you did in that first book, that from the very beginning, transfer figured prominently in Zionist thinking. That was an unusual, if you read Anita Shapira, you read Shabtai Tevet, that was an unusual acknowledgement by you. And then I found it very impressive that in that revised version of your first book, you devoted 25 pages to copiously documenting the salience of transfer in Zionist thinking. And in fact, you used a very provocative and resonant phrase. You said that transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. We're not talking about circumstantial factors, a war, Arab hostility. You said it's inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism. Now, as I said, so we won't be accused of cherry picking, those were 25 very densely argued pages. And then in an interview, and I could cite several quotes, but I'll choose one, you said, removing a population was needed. Let's look at the words. Without a population expulsion.
Just coming on here to say that you're my favorite streamer right after Juliana Reiter. She makes great content about cookholdry. I think you would learn a lot from watching her. She likes to ride bikes and eats lots of fruit.
Okay. I'll look into that. Appreciate the donation, Kenny.
Open Discord. My landlord wants to debate you on Israel-Palestine.
I'm not opening Discord. Thanks for the donation, Richard Kamjar Burgess.
A Jewish state would not have been established. Now, you're the one, again, I was very surprised when I read your book. Here I'm referring to Righteous Victims. I was very surprised when I came to that page 37, where you wrote that territorial displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. Territorial displacement and dispossession were the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. So you then went on to say, because the Arab population rationally feared territorial displacement and dispossession, it of course opposed Zionism. That's as normal as Native Americans opposing the Euro-American manifest destiny in the history of our own country, because they understood it would be at their expense. It was inbuilt and inevitable. And so now, for you to come along and say that it all happened just because of the war, that otherwise the Zionists made all these plans for a happy minority to live there, that's simple.
Are artificial sweeteners used in sodas safer than just regular sugar? What's your opinion?
Yes, they don't have any ill health effects. They won't rot your teeth. They won't contribute to weight gain. So yes, they are safer. Thanks for the donation, Dick Me Down Daddy Sports.
Simply does not gel, it does not cohere, it is not reconcilable with what you yourself have written. It was inevitable and inbuilt. Now, in other situations you've said, that's true, but I think it was a greater good to establish a Jewish state at the expense of the indigenous population. That's another kind of argument. That was Theodore Roosevelt's argument in our own country. He said, we don't want the whole of North America to remain a squalid refuge for these wigwams and teepees. We have to get rid of them and make this a great country. But he didn't deny that it was inbuilt and inevitable.
I think you've made your point there. First, I'll take up something that Muin said. He said that the Nakba was inevitable.
As have you.
And predictable. No, I've never said that. It was inevitable and predictable only because the Arabs assaulted the Jewish community and state in 1947-48. Had there been no assault, there probably wouldn't have been a refugee problem. There's no reason for a refugee problem to have occurred, expulsions to have occurred, a dispossession, massive dispossession to occur. These occurred as a result of war. Now, Norman has said that I said that transfer was inbuilt into Zionism in one way or another. And this is certainly true. In order to buy land, they had the Jews bought tracts of land on which some Arabs sometimes lived. Sometimes they bought tracts of land on which there weren't Arab villages, but sometimes they bought land on which there were Arabs. And according to Ottoman law and the British, at least in the initial years of the British mandate, the law said that the people who bought the land could do what they liked with the people who didn't own the land, who were basically squatting on the land, which is the Arab tenant farmers, which is, we're talking about a very small number actually of Arabs who were displaced as a result of land purchases in the Ottoman period or the Mandate period. But there was dispossession in one way. They didn't possess the land, they didn't own it, but they were removed from the land. And this did happen in Zionism. And there's, if you like, an inevitability in Zionist ideology of buying tracts of land and starting to work it yourself and settle it with your own people and so on. That made sense. But what we're really talking about is what happened in 47-48. And in 47-48, the Arabs started a war. And actually people...
My man has an absolutely gorgeous cock. Tasty too.
Well, that's good to know, Christy. Thanks for the donation.
Pay for their mistakes, and the Palestinians have never actually agreed to pay for their mistakes. They make mistakes, they attack, they suffer as a result, and we see something similar going on today in the Gaza Strip. They do something terrible, they kill 1,200 Jews.
How much for a 24-hour stream? If you give me 1,000 PayPal buck, I'll stream for 24 hours.
They abduct 250 women and children and babies and old people and whatever. And then they start screaming, please save us from what we did, because the Jews are counterattacking. And this is what happened then. And this is what's happening now.
Once my name is Soda Stains. My name is not Joanne Lee. Once again Richard Ricky Dicky Richie. My name is pronounced Latar Lentin Nil. Get it right Richard Ice Richard next time. Also feast, hungry face, your eyeballs on this fricka frockin' glory corn. HTTPS. I just can't get enough of these boomer vids since they are practically every single day of me living with a boomer dad lol. Also, why do I hear Jordan Peterson from that Finkelstein guy?
He sounds kind of like if Jordan Peterson was Jewish. That's basically how he sounds like. We'll watch this in a second. Thanks for the donation, Ben. So Lata Lentinel. That's how you pronounce her name, Lata Lentinel? Okay. Thanks, Lata Lentinel.
Surprised I made it here because the borders are wide open.
Dad, we don't live in a border state.
You never know. What's so special about your gay little lights? You need Jesus. Okay, so what do I do?
You turn it on.
Who won the 2020 election?
Democrat Joe Biden defeated incumbent Republican Donald Trump in the 2020.
It's made in China.
Okay, Dad, press that button there.
You son of a bitch. What kind of computer is this?
Dad, that's a MacBook. It's made by Apple.
Tim Apple's a liberal. Son, I need to get on the Facebook.
Click that icon that says Safari.
Like in Africa? Okay, now what?
Click the search bar.
Is that on the Gmail?
No, it's the search bar.
I want to be on Facebook. I feel like I'm at a damn seance. Ronald Reagan, can you hear me? We need your help.
Yeah, that's how a boomer would act. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Bootycum, donate $2. On this one, Destiny watches the full thing and picks calls out all the dishonest.
Oh, I know what he's quoting from, but you've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just...
It's 6 hours, dude. Like, it's an extra fucking hour.
On the beaches is off.
I guess we can watch this one.
Jewish people in defending its rights and its very existence from the violence of the Hitlerites and their allies.
Where were we at on this? We were in... Like, we're already 40 minutes in, dude.
Losses ever. Because it was initially...
Buying tracts of land and starting to work it yourself and settle it with your own people and so on. That made sense. But what we're really talking about is what happened in 47, 48.
Why is the fucking shit so fucked? Yeah, why'd that happen? That's weird. Why is it doing that? Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
At FH Huntress asks, when did ancient Egypt begin exactly, according to you? Ancient Egypt's really old. If we talk about when the first king of Egypt actually became king, we're talking about 3000 BC. And then we put ourselves on this timeline. That would be an even 5,000 years. So this then would be when we change from BC.
Bootycam donated $2. Watch from October 7-bit. What time stamp? Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
BC to AD. And we could say, Cleopatra is really close to that. So the pyramids at Giza are about 2400 BC. Not only are we closer in time to Cleopatra than Cleopatra is to the beginning of ancient Egyptian pharaonic history, there's even more time between Cleopatra and the pyramids than there is between Cleopatra and us. Ancient Egypt was already ancient in ancient Egypt.
Alright, I'm not gonna watch this, but thanks for the donation, Dodo. Christy donated $2. This is boring as fuck. Please react to anything else. Why do you have more respect, more... Sorry, who do you have more respect for?
Trump is 13 Valence if he does not get re-elected.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Meat eaters who know they are hypocrites or vegetarians who think they're doing the most and won't go vegan. I think meat eaters who acknowledge that they are hypocrites annoy me less than vegetarians. I wouldn't say I respect either side more, though. Thanks for that donation, Christy.
So let's hit that join button, or as the kids say, let's smash it. Like, what? Smash it and have some fun. Be like Kathy. Be a hero. Kathy, another shout out. Come on. But you deserved it for 39 months. Now premium. Love you guys. See you on Monday. Or maybe I'll do another video later. Why not? We're having fun.
Okay, thank you for that, Dodo.
You look well. Are you tired? New Frank vids to watch.
I am highly tired. I literally slept all day. I did nothing but sleep, and I'm still fucking tired, dude. Let me see. Frank Tufano. Apparently there is a new Frank vid. Guess we can take a Frank break. Thanks for the donation, Sam.
What's up, guys? Grain Boy is back to show you a healthy, quick, and balanced breakfast that I feel good eating, which is probably the most important thing out of recovering your health is, you got to feel good because it might be a pretty long journey. So after experimenting with a few different oatmeal recipes, you guys have seen the whole...
Thoughts on these push-ups? How difficult is it to do something like this?
Bring that up.
Yeah, they're push-ups. Push-ups are not that difficult. Thanks for the donation, one push-up man. Bootycum $20. He starts calling Destiny a motoring moron or some shit too, just dodges and pivots. He even says he still supports the Houthis. Dinkle, I'm talking about, yeah, Finkelstein is a deranged fucking crackpot, dude. Thanks for the nation, Bootycum. Dodo, donate $2. What are you gaming later? We'll probably play more RoboCop. Might play LA Noire too. It was on sale for $8, so I got LA Noire. 2015, Bernie Sanders calls open borders policy a right-wing proposal, says mass immigration would make everybody in America poorer. Let me see.
Sharply raising the level of immigration we permit, even up to a level of open borders, about sharply increasing
open
the
borders.
amount of foreign aid. Open
No,
borders.
that's a Koch brothers proposal. The
Really?
idea, of course. I mean, that's a right-wing proposal. Which
I guess he just finished romancing Vladislava Galegan's clone.
I do not understand what you mean. Thanks for the donation, though, Sam. From what I remember, you like Chelsea Grin, the band. I don't know what band that is. The members that left made a new band called Emena. It's pretty sick. Check on your free time. I'm not going to bother checking.
It says essentially there is no United States.
But it would make a lot of the
me.
global poor richer, wouldn't it?
And it'd make everybody in America poor. Then you're doing away with the concept of a nation state. And I don't think there's any country in the world which believes in that. If you believe in a nation state, or in a country called the United States, or UK, or Denmark, or any other country, you have an obligation, in my view, to do everything we can to help poor people. What right-wing people in this country would love is an open border policy. Bring in all kinds of people who work for $2 or $3 an hour. That would be great for them. I don't believe in that. I think we have to raise wages in this country. I think we have to do everything that we can to create the millions of jobs. You know what youth unemployment in the United States of America today? If you're white, a white kid, high school graduate, 33%, a Hispanic, 36%, African American, 51%. You think we should open the borders and bring in a lot of low-wage workers? Or do you think maybe we should try to get jobs for those kids? So I think from a moral responsibility, we've got to work with the rest of the industrialized world to address the problems of international poverty. But you don't do that by making people in this country even poorer.
Yeah, he's not wrong. I'd have to agree with Bernie there. Let's see. Jessica donated $2.
Whenever they take their parrot in the car with them,
Oh
he
my God.
immediately flies to the mask that's hanging off of the mirror, kicking back and letting the sun shine on his face as they drive. Apparently he stays like this.
Dude, I would get so distracted just looking at that parrot. I'd just swerve and kill us all if I was
the
driving my
entire
car.
ride, definitely thinking that he found the best seat in the entire car. Whenever they take
Oh my god, that is such a cute parrot. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
All overnight groats. You guys have seen the quick alt recipes. This is the best one that I've made so far from a taste perspective, a balance perspective, and a how I feel perspective. So we have 6 ingredients here, and as with everything, the goal is to remove all the negatives by going organic, get rid of the herbicides, pesticides, fungicides, as well as have a complete nutritional profile. So here we have just some Mountain Valley water that we're using to cook the oatmeal in. These are some organic quick oats that we have on frankiesfreerangefoods.com. This is the liver detox smoothie, which is a very important component of this because it's a balance of grains, fruits, and collagen protein. So it's giving flavor, it's giving protein. It makes a huge difference adding this. If you don't have my liver detox smoothie, you could add some collagen powder. You could add some of the collagen broth from Frankie's Free Range Meat, which would be probably way higher quality protein. And you might have to add some more vanilla. A little bit of salt to season it. We're using honey as a sweetener. You could use organic sugar as well, even flextrose. And we're going to add a little bit of vanilla. So
See, Dodo donated $2. Is this pseudoscience?
Hey, it's Mike here, and today, light therapy research on how different colors affect different health areas or different health ailments. This video looks at about 40 studies covering everything from nerve regeneration and wrinkles to depression.
Trump should be ousted for thirting Valence if he does not get re-elected.
I agree. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. There's, some amount of evidence supporting light therapies. It's not very strong, though. I'm not going to bother watching a 24-minute video on this bullshit, but there's some evidence supporting, different types of light can help with, skin healing and stuff like that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
the reason I like this is because it's quick, it's easy. I don't have to make like sausage or anything on the side. It's just one bowl of oatmeal for breakfast. That takes very little time. So we're going to put our burner on high heat. And I like these markings on the inside of the pot because I know to pour the water to about a little over 2 cups for this recipe. So we're gonna do about half a cup of oats, 3 to 4 scoops of our liver detox smoothie, nice pinch of salt.
Dude, he's just making fucking oatmeal.
Little, this cools off a little quicker.
Dude.
On the computer, I'll come back and supplements we have the as always. And
he was literally just making oatmeal. Dude, fuck Frank. Why is he uploading this trash? Oh my god, a video about how to make oatmeal. What a fucking idiot.
And in 47, 48, the Arabs started a war. And actually, people pay for their mistakes. And the Palestinians have never actually agreed to pay for their mistakes. They make mistakes, they attack, they suffer as a result. And we see something similar going on today in the Gaza Strip. They do.
Jessica donated $2. Is there any evidence for this gum actually working? Jawliner Fitness, chewing gum. 2 months pack, jawline, sugar-free mint gum. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I've seen Jawliner before. If your jaw muscles are just like any other muscle, so if you use them more, they're gonna get stronger. So if you want stronger jaw muscles, then sure, chewing a very dense gum will help with that. Hope that helps. Thanks for the donation, Jessica.
Frank looks like James Franco if James Franco was gay, half Asian, and had an eating disorder.
Don't forget retarded and cross-eyed. But yeah, basically. Thanks for the donation, Misashi Blade.
something terrible. They kill 1,200 Jews. They abduct 250 women and children and babies and old people and whatever. And then they start screaming, please save us from what we did, because the Jews are counterattacking. And this is what happened then, and this is what's happening now. There's something fairly similar in the situation here. Expulsion. And
I do think there was a guy that came on that I would say was really pro-Zionist a few days ago. But I think I agreed with almost every single thing he said. One point that he brought up that I super agree with is, and I've kind of almost gotten to this through other stuff, but I think he really crystallized it. One thing that I brought up in the early years was Israel as a state thrived, I think in part, due to the fact that they were on their own. It forced the early state to kind of recognize, okay, well, what can we get away with? What's possible? What would win us support from the West? What's going to keep us safe? Like that, like you're back against the wall and being forced to evaluate realistically, you know, on the brink of destruction, I think forces you to be realistic about your scenario. One thing that's incredibly harmful to Palestinians is Palestinians never suffer permanent political losses ever, because it was initially the Arab states would insulate them from losses, psychologically, saying, oh, it's okay, we'll get your land back. Oh, it's okay, we'll fight for it. And now it's the international community and grifters like Finkeldick that insulate them from political losses. Like, oh, no, it's okay. Another UN resolution is going to save you. Oh, no, it's okay. The ICJ is going to save you. Oh, no, it's okay. It's a genocide, apartheid, colonial state. This is wrong. You're going to be saved. And the idea that I think when Palestinians feel like they can never suffer a political loss, then you just go full balls to the wall all the time, constantly. Because who cares? It's not like anything bad's going to happen if you lose for the 15th time in a row. And that unwillingness to deal with any sort of political reality, I think, destroys a person's ability to negotiate in reality.
What's happening now? There's something fairly similar in the situation here. Expulsion, and this is important, Norman, you should pay attention to this. You didn't raise that. Expulsion, transfer were never policy of the Zionist movement before 47. It doesn't exist in Zionist platforms of the various political parties, of the Zionist organization, of the Israeli state, of the Jewish agents.
Destiny, losing 80% of your land seems like a loss to me. I don't know. But the problem is people like you don't say that, Axel. You would never say Palestinians have lost 80% of their land. You say the exact opposite. You say the negotiations should start at the 67 borders. Which is what everybody on your side says. So there is no 80% lost land. That land is not lost. It's just temporarily being stolen by Israel, and eventually the UN or the Arab states or the world or God or somebody will give it back. So there is no real loss.
See, nobody would have actually made it into policy because there was always a large minority. If there were people who wanted it, always a large minority of Jewish politicians and leaders would have said, no, this is immoral. We cannot start a state on the basis of an expulsion. So it was never adopted, and actually was never adopted as policy even in 48, even though Ben-Gurion wanted as few Arabs in the course of the war staying in the Jewish state after they attacked it. He didn't want disloyal citizens staying there because they wouldn't have been loyal citizens. But this made sense in the war itself. But the movement itself and its political parties never accepted it. It's true that in 1937, when the British, as part of the proposal by the Peel Commission to divide the country into two states, one Arab, one Jewish, which the Arabs, of course, rejected, Peel also recommended the Arabs, most of the Arabs in the Jewish state should be transferred, because otherwise, if they stayed and were disloyal to the emergent Jewish state, this would cause endless disturbances, warfare, killing, and so on. So Ben-Gurion and Weizmann latched onto this proposal by the most famous democracy in the world, the British democracy, when they proposed the idea of transfer side by side with the idea of partition, because it made sense. And they said, well, if the British say so, we should also advocate it, but they never actually tried to pass it as Zionist policy, and they fairly quickly stopped even talking about transfer after 1938.
So just to clarify, I love the laugh. You saw it? You saw the Finkel smirk? It was starting.
See, and they fairly quickly stopped even talking about transfer after 1938.
So just to clarify, this is what I hear when he's.
What you're saying is
do you typically agree with Benny's takes, or are there significant things you disagree with him on? I'm not qualified to disagree with anything Benny says about history. That guy just knows way too much. The one thing I would disagree with him on, and I think this comes at the end of the debate, I think Benny is more dismissive of international law or international regulations than I am, because Benny doesn't like any of it at all, which I'm sympathetic towards, but yeah.
That 47 was an offensive war, not a defensive war.
By the Arabs, yes.
By the Arabs.
Yeah.
And you're also saying that there was never a top-down policy of expulsion.
Yes.
Just to clarify the point.
If I understood you correctly, you're making the claim that transfer, expulsion, and so on was in fact a very localized phenomenon, resulting from individual land purchases, and that, if I understand you correctly, you're also making the claim that the idea that
I hate this guy's fucking face. God, kill me, dude. What's Benny's issue with international law? I mean, if you're an Israeli, to you, the only thing international law is a way for the entire world to just wag their finger at you while you're surrounded by some of the most genocidal, insane fucking countries in the fucking world. As an Israeli, you're sitting to the southwest of a state that's had over 300,000 people killed in a civil war, Syria, that has used gas weapons at the command of its leader multiple times against its population, and you have more resolutions condemning your activity than them. You're sitting, you're sitting to the northeast of the entire continent of Africa that might have several genocides going on at any particular point in time, and people are hitting you with more resolutions than the entire continent of Africa combined. You're sitting to the west, the northwest of, countries like Yemen, where there are tens of thousands of people that are starving to death, and they're claiming that your occupied territories are undergoing starvation, even though not a single person died of starvation prior to October 7th. Yeah, if you're Israeli, you're just thinking like, okay, I guess international law is just this thing created to like mind us over and over and over again, basically. So if you're Israeli, you probably don't give a
Nigga, why did you never take me on in that cage match? You be talking so much shit about how you'll take on anyone, but deep down you're just a little bitch ass nigga with big lentil arms. Your wife would honestly be a better opponent. Show my balls, bitch.
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Kenny KO.
About international law, but
a Jewish state.
See, on the start of your mezzo, on your first set, do you start with 2 to 3 RAR, and on the third set, you naturally fatigue to like 1 to 2? Or do you start your first set with 3 to 4 RAR, third set, 2 to 3 RAR? So, on the first week of the first mezzo, you're basically, the way I do it is I'm more conservative, so I'll aim for more like 3 to 4 RAR on the first set, and if I'm doing sets of 5, I'll just, the RIR will land wherever it lands, but if I'm doing more than a set of 5, then I'll try to aim for about a 3 RAR for each set. So if I'm doing a set of 10, I'll get like the first set of 10 with about a 3 to 4 RAR. The last set will be about, again, a 3 RAR. So I might finish with like 5, 6, or 7 reps, depending on where the RAR lands.
Requires a removal or overwhelming reduction of the non-Jewish population. Was
if the Arabs are attacking you, yes.
But let's say prior to 1947, it would be your claim that the idea that a significant reduction or wholesale removal of the Arab population was not part of Zionist thinking. Well, I think there's two problems with that. I think what you're saying about localized disputes is correct, but I also think that there is a whole literature that demonstrates that transfer was envisioned.
Bro, move to Brampton. You have a lot of fans here.
I'm not going to move to Brampton. Thanks for the donation, Richard.
Breaking news, VG, there has been yet another mass shooting in Fila.
Breaking news, a suspect in a multi-state crime spree armed with an AR-15 style rifle, allegedly shooting and killing 3 family members, including his 13-year-old sister outside Philadelphia.
Sverige reacts to Hafthor Björnsson. He calls him a terrible father for feeding his kid popcorn when tried to murder his own child. He also makes fun of his Bell's palsy. Would never say this to his face.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm going to...
I don't think we'll have time to react to that tonight, but maybe tomorrow or some other time we'll react to that. Yeah, dude, he'd never say that to Hafthor's face. Sverige is a piece of shit crackpot, dude. I really hope he gets arrested soon. Thanks for that donation, nigga.
Hours later, police and SWAT teams swarming a home in Trenton, New Jersey. This dramatic video showing officers evacuating people from that building, all of them safely removed without injury. Police identifying the suspect as 26-year-old Andre Gordon. Law enforcement surrounding that Trenton home, repeatedly urging Gordon to surrender, deploying tear gas at one point. Authorities confirmed the suspect was eventually arrested at a different location outside the perimeter. He is now in custody. ABC's Morgan Norwood leading us off from New Jersey with late details just coming in.
Tonight, dramatic video showing police rescuing hostages from this home in Trenton, New Jersey. A suspect believed to be barricaded inside, considered armed and dangerous after an alleged crime spree across multiple states that left 3 of his family members dead. Authorities identifying the suspect as 26-year-old Andre Gordon, saying he's believed to be armed with an AR-15 style assault rifle and currently homeless. Gordon's alleged crime spree beginning this morning in Trenton, carjacking Sonia Hansen and her grandson at gunpoint. Hansen, still shaken.
Guy started banging on my car with the back of the gun, and then I jumped over the seat and ran. I'm so glad I'm just alive because he could have killed me.
Gordon then allegedly traveling to a home in Levittown, Pennsylvania, where he broke in.
After which he shot and killed his 52-year-old stepmother, Karen Gordon, and his 13-year-old sister, Kara Gordon, who lived at the residence. There were 3 other individuals at the residence, including a minor inside the home, who were able to hide and avoid being shot by Gordon as he went through the house searching for them.
Gordon then driving to another home nearby and breaking in.
After which he shot and killed 25-year-old Taylor Daniel, with whom he has 2 children. At the time of the shooting, there were 4 other individuals present inside that home, one of which was injured after being bludgeoned by Gordon with the assault rifle.
At 9:13 a.m., police said Gordon carjacked someone at gunpoint at a Dollar General parking lot in Morrisville.
Well, that sounds like a bad guy.
By Zionist leaders on a much broader scale than simply individual land purchases. In other words, it went way beyond, we need to remove these tenants so that we can farm this land.
Hi. Hello, Kenny. How are you doing, dude? Thanks for the donation. I don't know why the fuck I'm so tired. I slept all fucking day and I still want to fucking sleep. Ugh, it's brutal.
Land. The idea was we can't have a state where all these Arabs remain and we have to get rid of them. And the second, I think, impediment to that view is that long before the UN General Assembly convened to address the question of Palestine, Palestinian and Arab and other leaders as well had been warning ad infinitum that the purpose of the Zionist movement is not just to establish a Jewish state, but to establish an exclusivist Jewish state. And that transfer, forced displacement, was fundamental to that project. And just responding to, sorry, was it Bonell or Donnell?
Yeah.
With a B?
Yeah.
You made the point that the problem here is that people don't recognize is that the first and last result for the Arabs is always war. I think there's a problem with that. I think you might do well to recall the 1936 general strike conducted by Palestinians at the beginning of the revolt.
If you could go back and redo the whole debate, what do you think you need to completely demolish Mickelson and Moyen? It would have to be one-on-one, and it would have to be like asking, because the way that you shut down the rambling is just, I need a yes or no question. So like this would be the very simple question that if I could be like, answer this, it would be, okay, is it true that Jews accepted a state that would have had a huge Arab population? Yes or no? You have to say yes, okay? And eventually you'll be like, okay, yes, they did accept that in the partition plan. Whether you thought it was a ruse or not, they accepted it. They did say yes to the international community. The next question would be, have the Arabs since 1920 accepted any Jewish presence of people that would have resembled an Israeli state in the British mandatory period in that territory? No, there was no state there. So that means that, because if you cut through the bullshit on that, then we can get rid of was the partition plan fair or not. It doesn't matter. There was no partition plan that the Arabs would have ever accepted. 20% of the land going to Jews wouldn't have been accepted. No partition plan would have been accepted ever. So we can cut through all the bullshit on that. Then we can say, okay, so when you say that Zionists felt that population transfer was necessary, isn't it then true that that would be the case? But not because the Jews would have never accepted Arabs living on the land, because they did. It was because the Arabs never accepted Jews having a state, which was true and they didn't. That would be the line of argumentation. But you have to cut through all of this rambly bullshit and just go up to very simple, like, answer this question, and then we can build our line of argumentation rather than the ramble, all of this other stuff. Well, there was this quote from Herzl, well, there was this quote from Ben Gurion, well, there was this line from the Peel Commission, well, like, because all of this is bullshit. None of this really matters.
which at the time was the longest recorded general strike in history. You may want to consult the book published last year by Laurie Allen, A History of False Hope, which discusses in great detail the consistent engagement by Palestinians, their leaders, their elites, their diplomats, and so on, with all these international committees. If we look at today, the Palestinians are once again going to the International Court of Justice. They're consistently trying to persuade the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court to do his job. They have launched widespread boycott campaigns. So, of course, the Palestinians have engaged in military resistance. But I think the suggestion that this has always been their first and last resort and that they have somehow spurned civic action, spurned diplomacy, I think really has no basis in reality.
So, like, if we could do like a quick yes or no, like, oh, okay, what form of diplomacy did the Arabs accept with the Jews? What was one deal that they would have accepted or that they said they accepted? A single one. There is not one. There is not a single one until 1979 with Egypt. There's not a single deal.
Diplomacy, I think really has no basis in reality.
I'll respond to that and then a question for Norm to take into account, I think, when he answers Benny. I am curious. Obviously, I have fresher eyes on this, and I'm a newcomer to this arena versus the three of you guys for sure. A claim that gets brought up a lot has to do with the inevitability of transfer in Zionism, or the idea that as soon as the Jews envisioned a state in Palestine, they knew that it would involve some mass transfer of population, perhaps mass expulsion. I'm sure we'll talk about Plan Dalet or Plan D at some point. The issue that I run into is, while you can find quotes from leaders, while you can find maybe desires expressed in diaries, I feel like it's hard to truly ever know if there would have been mass transfer in the face of Arab peace, because I feel like every time there was a huge deal on the table that would have had a sizable Jewish and Arab population living together, the Arabs would reject it out of hand. So, for instance, when we say that transfer was inevitable, when we say that Zionists would have never accepted, a sizable Arab population, how do you explain?
Do you actually get to failure on the last week of your mezzo? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I have to do reactive deloads just because I have way too much fatigue. But sometimes, yeah, I do end up going to true failure.
In the acceptance of the 47 partition plan that would have had a huge Arab population living in the Jewish state. Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews would have...
Oh, I do ask this. Thank God. Good question. That is a question. And his response is ridiculous. Fuck me. That's a good question. Yes, okay. Thank God I did ask this. Dude, I was so mindfucked after this debate. I thought I didn't say anything. Okay, but I'm like speaking to you instantly.
Living in the Jewish state. Is your contention that after the acceptance of that, after the establishment of that state, that Jews would have slowly started to expel all of these Arab citizens from their country? Or how do you explain that in Lausanne a couple years later that Israel was willing to formally annex the Gaza?
So, did you hear what Amazon, SpaceX, and Trader Joe's are trying to do about destroying unions? They are trying to end the NLRB by arguing it's unconstitutional.
What? Let me see this. National Labor Board is unconstitutional. Oh my God. 88-year-old National Labor Relations Board is unconstitutional. Dude, how? This is fucking insane. Oh my God. Dude, the attempt at union busting is just crazy. Bro, it's especially nuts that they're trying to do this in this current political climate. Oh my God, that is crazy, dude. I've never heard of anything so insane. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
A strip and make 200,000 or so people those citizens. But I'm just curious, how do we get this idea of Zionism always means mass transfer when there were times, at least early on in the history of Israel and a little bit before it, where Israel would have accepted a state that would have had a massive Arab population in it? Is your idea that they would have just slowly expel them afterwards, or
is that question to me or Norm?
Either one. I'm just curious for the incorporation of the answer. Yeah.
There's some misunderstandings here, so let's try to clarify that. Number one, it was the old historians who would point to the fact, and Professor Morris.
This is Zerka's website for his Date IQ course. React to the 2-minute trailer for the course.
That's why I don't look at you when I talk to you. I look at the chat.
I hate you.
I can make anything. Give me any subject and I'll make it for you.
Terrorism.
One-way flight. That's where the mess up
Agreed, what Amazon is doing should be illegal.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Chat, who gets women?
I'm really worried that there's gonna be a butthole on screen, so I think I'll just end it there. This is fucking cringe, dude. I would not take dating advice from Zerka.
Versus terminology. The old historians, what he called not real historians, he called them chroniclers, not real historians. It was the old Israeli historians who denied the centrality of transfer in Zionist.
Also, Norm is one of the worst. Let me explain this really quick, okay? There are two ways to use a appeal to authority fallacy, okay? There are two ways to utilize this, okay? The first way is to appeal to an authority as a way to not deal with the substance of what's being said. This is what Norm does constantly. So for instance, let's say that I go, I don't think that 100 people died in the Omaha fires of 1999. And somebody goes, what do you mean? It's like, well, I knew everybody in that neighborhood and not a single person is dead. I don't know a single person that's dead. And a guy says, well, actually, if you read this historian, they say that they all died. I'm like, okay, but like, I reconcile that with the fact that there are no obituaries, there are no death records. I knew everybody there. And they're like, well, this historian said it. That's an appeal. That's a fallacious appeal to authority, because what you're doing is you're citing an authority in an attempt to not engage with the underlying material, okay? This is Norm's entire career is essentially built off of this false authority, although he will challenge the authority when they say things he doesn't like, as evidenced recently by him claiming that Patton, the lady that headed that UN investigatory mission into Israel to check for rapes on October 7th, he calls that a fantasy by her. So he will engage with the authority when he disagrees with them, but when he agrees with them, he'll merely cite the authority and he never engages with the underlying material. The second form of a fallacious appeal to authority is when you cite a false authority or an authority that doesn't have the authority to make the claims that they do. For instance, I really want to invest. I think I'm going to buy, S&P 500 ETFs, and somebody's like, no, you need to buy crypto. It's like, why would I buy crypto? My uncle told me. Trust me. It's like, hold on, crypto is like really, for a variety of reasons. No. My uncle told me. He's a plumber. He knows. It's like, okay, that would be like a fallacious appeal to authority because you're appealing to an authority that doesn't have the authority there. Or like, oh, my friend is a doctor. He told me that I need to eat vitamins and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, wow, what does he study or whatever? It's like, oh, he's a doctor of English. Okay, wait, that would be a false appeal to authority. Yeah, those are like the two ways you can do it. But
thinking. It was then Professor Morris who, contrary to Israel's historian establishment, who said, now you remind me it's 4 pages, but it came at the end of the book. It was
No, it's at the beginning of the book.
Transfer.
Yeah, transfer is dealt with in 4 pages at the beginning of my first book on the Palestinian refugee problem.
It's a fault of my memory, but the point still stands. It was Professor Morris who introduced this idea in what you might call a big way.
Yeah, but I didn't say it's essential to the Zionist experiment.
It is wild to me. And this should be like you're done with the debate at this point. I think if you're an intelligent person, this would be like, okay, this is obviously an unserious debate. Is when you have a person who's trying to debate an author about the concepts that they're talking about using 1 or 2 quotes. That's unfathomable to me. A researcher emailed me a long time ago, and I bring this up, and it's very interesting. The researcher emailed me and he was like, listen, people that do studies, scientists, researchers, whatever, they're not always correct. However, keep in mind that when you're disagreeing with the conclusion of a researcher, what you're saying is,
all in the name of Allahu Akbar. What a mess.
Yes, true. Thanks for the donation, Jesse Lee Peterson.
Based on their own data. What you're saying is, I trusted you to make the correct decisions on what data to gather. I trusted you on the manipulation of that data. I trusted you on all of the methodologies, all the processes, but I don't trust you to come to the right conclusion. That's what you're saying there. Now, that's not always impossible. There are times where this does happen, and researchers might get conclusions wrong. We can go through the methodology and see why. But for the most part, it's pretty astounding, especially for a man. Remember, he can't speak Hebrew. He can't speak Arabic. So Norm hasn't gone through any of the original material himself, right? For him to quote Benny, who's written these books, he's chosen exactly what he wants to put on these pages. He's put pen to paper with the exact ideas he wants to express whatever concept he's trying to get out. And he's saying, no, Benny, you're wrong about these things. You don't understand your own material, and I'm telling you that because of these 2 quotes. That's unbelievable. That is an unbelievably strong position to take. It's not indefensible, but Norm never defends it. He just constantly shuts Benny up when Benny tries to correct him on the like, hey, I don't think you're fully contextualizing my quote.
It still stands. It was Professor Morris who introduced this idea in what you might call a big way.
Yeah, but I didn't say it's central to the Zionist experiment. You're saying centrality.
Okay.
I never said it was central. I said it was there.
I don't think you can see it right now, but I think might be doing the hand thing right now. Whenever he does this, when he's talking over people.
Experiment or experience. You're saying centrality.
Okay.
I never said it was central. I said it was there. The idea.
By the way, it's okay to respond back and forth. This is great. And also, just a quick question, if I may. You're using quotes from Benny, from Professor Morris. It's also okay to say those quotes do not reflect the full context of the. So, like, if we go back, to quotes we've said in the past, and you both here have written, the three of you have written on this topic a lot, we should be careful and just admit, like, well, yeah, well, that's
just real quick, just to be clear, the contention is that Norm is quoting a part and saying that this was the entire reason for this, whereas Benny's saying it's a part of that.
I'm not quoting a part.
You literally, well, okay. Correct. He's not quoting a part. He's quoting less than a part. He's quoting like one sentence.
I'm quoting 25 pages.
No, you're literally not. That is literally not what a quotation is. I don't know what his first language is, but in English, a quotation, you are summarizing. A summary is not a quotation, okay?
Where Professor Morris was at great pains to document the claim that appeared in those early 4 pages of his book. Now, you say it never became part of the official Zionist platform.
It never became part of policy.
Fine. We're also
There's also something to be said here for whenever Benny tries to clarify or expand on something, clarification and context are the enemy of the sophist, okay? If you have a line or a quote and you say, like, okay, you said this, right? Like, yeah, but what I meant, no. Just want to make
The only path to Teller is never becoming a trucker. Let me see.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh shit.
Yep, there you go.
Good-looking older gentleman. He kind of reminds me of one of my neighbors growing up. And they're pulling on his cheek. What happened to his face? Oh, what a beautiful young woman. I think she may have had a little bit of work done to her upper eyelids, maybe her lower eyelids too. What beautiful young woman. What? What happened to her earlobes? Oh, what a little grandma. She kind of reminds me a little bit of my grandma. Oh, what a sweet looking woman. What'd they do to grandma?
Yeah, I've seen that before. Oh my god. Wow. Dude, capybaras are so amazing. That's a goat. My goodness. Oh my god. What the hell's going on here? There's so many capybaras in one tub. Well, that's a little hamster. Or a guinea pig. Oh my god. Whoa. They're eating a lettuce. Jesus Christ. That's a good lettuce. Wow. Key lime cheesecake. Yeah, that is disgusting. I'm, not gonna eat cheesecake. Thanks for the donation, though, the only path.
I know that this is about a week old, but did you see the SNL response to the GOP's response to Biden's SOTA last week? I find that they had the perfect choice to place Senator Katie Britt from Bama Scarlett Johansson.
Let me see.
Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the great people of Alabama. But tonight, I'll be auditioning for the part of Scary Mom. And I'll be performing an original monologue called This Country is Hell. You see, I'm not just a senator. I'm a wife, a mother, and the craziest bitch in the Target parking lot. I'm worried about the future of our children, and this is why I've invited you into this strange, empty kitchen. Because Republicans wanted me to appeal to women voters, and women love kitchen. But seriously, my husband Wesley and I just watched President Biden's speech, and what I saw was the performance of a permanent politician. But me, I'm not performing. I'm not. But first and foremost, I'm a mom. And like any mom, I'm going to...
Yeah, this isn't funny. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Fuck suck dick butt lick slit kiss my ass you faggot ass nigger bitch fit hit kit lit get off my lawn you fucking dirty lesbian wick pack patty whack jiffy spliffy cunt runt spunk funk link I want I auto suck me balls then say love jury and write a typewriter fighter.
Yeah, thanks for that, dipshit.
You never watched this extremely gay, boring, and cringe video. Can we please watch?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I got a brand...
No, we watched it. We reacted to this on stream a few days ago. Frank's been running out of ideas, so he's talking about bottled water and how to make oatmeal these days. But thanks for the donation, Danica Patrick. Appreciate it.
Make sure you said these 8 words, okay? Anyway, let me continue on my rampage.
Ask, well, this is true. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? It's because it's a very simple fact which everybody understands. Ideology doesn't operate in a vacuum. There are real world practical...
That's just stupid. What a stupid thing. It's actually so dumb.
Problems. You can't just take an ideology and superimpose it on a political reality and turn it into a fact. It was the British mandate. There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear...
Can we get some more detailed analysis on why Robocop is vegan?
He kills Carnus. That is one fact about him that makes him vegan, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Space Camp.
Fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't very...
Notice how all of the argumentation here is built on quotes. Not concepts, but on quotes. It's essential to understand this because this is how Norm operates, right? The reason why Arabs were scared was because...
John Bravo True Crime Video. In my opinion, he is the best commentary channel in the fitness community. What do you think?
Yeah, he makes really good content these days. Did he make a new video? Mike Tyson, Jake Paul fight staged. Let's
Back
see.
and look at that fight. Tyson didn't throw one.
What will happen if conservatives take over America, then possibly the world after that?
Yeah, I'm sure they'd try. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Uppercut the entire fight. Tyson's sig...
I am not the biggest bird. That title goes to my brother, the biggest bird. Life is tough living in the shadow of my brother. Growing up, he got served the first handful of seed, got to pick whose head to poop on. It's not fair. I'm still bigger than most.
Yes, it is unfair.
Don't know what you've heard. Don't know what you heard. Don't know what you've...
Here's the link.
Let me see.
He's been denied parole.
Killed his entire family, now free from prison. This is 8 months old, Harry de la Roche. Pretty sure we've already seen this video a while ago. We got a lot of content to look through, so...
Say my name. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
I'm not going to say your name, but thanks for the donation. We have a lot to look through, so I don't think we'll react to that right now.
I'm the biggest bird, I'm the biggest bird. I'm the biggest bird, I'm the biggest bird. I'm the biggest.
Listen to the first minute. If this doesn't buy you on cheesecake, it's official, you don't like good food.
Yeah, cheesecake still sucks. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Signature move is the uppercut. How many times did you see him knock people out with that one punch? How many times did you get knocked out in Mike Tyson's punch out with that uppercut? He didn't throw one of them in that fight. Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. When I first heard about this fight, I'm like, imagine this was 1986, Mike.
But what will happen if Kansvatvs succeed in taking over America and eventually the planet?
I think that'll be it for the world. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Mike Tyson, do you guys remember what it was like back then? In the arena, Mike Tyson's in the locker room, crowd is going crazy. He walks down the aisle and he looks like the last motherfucker on earth you want to fuck with, right? He walks down, he opens up the rope, enters the ring, and then you see the poor scared asshole across from him shaking, knowing that he's gonna get knocked out before the fight even starts. That's 1986 Mike Tyson. But now, he's a 58-year-old. He's gonna be 58 by the time the fight starts. Grandpa, senior citizen. Nobody wants to see Mike Tyson as an old man get beat up by somebody like Jake Paul, who people love to hate to begin with. And I'm thinking, isn't it a felony in this country to beat up old people, grandparents in this country? You go to jail for that shit. And if you think about something, right? Mike Tyson is a staple in American history culture. Nobody wants to see him get his ass beat as an old man. Nobody wants to see him lose to begin with. Nobody wants to see it. So Jake is getting a ton of hate on the internet for wanting to fight Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson's only fought one time in the last 20 years, and that was against Roy Jones Jr. in an exhibition fight, which is not even a real fight. And yes, he looked great, in my opinion, at that age, fighting in that fight. But there's things I'm going to add to that. And many people are thinking, you know, they're seeing them fighting. They're saying, is this fight fixed? Is it real? How could they set this up? There's so many questions, and I have so many mixed feelings about it, and that's what we're going to talk about. So let's think about something. What does Mike Tyson have to gain in this fight? He's already one of the most famous men on this planet. He can go anywhere and everybody nearly everybody from kids to old people, they're going to know who Mike Tyson is. So he has the fame. He's already known as one of the most legendary boxers ever, if not the most legendary, the most exciting, the person that everyone wants to watch in a fight. He's already known for that. So what does he have to gain in all this, right? There's only one thing, if you really think about it, and it's money. But this guy's done so much to turn around his life. He went bankrupt many years ago. He turned his life around. He has a successful podcast. He's already making tons of money. So you're wondering to yourself, why does he need more money? Why does he want to give a chance to somebody like Jake Paul, somebody that people, like I said, love to hate? Why does he want to give him a chance to tarnish his legacy? But then I'm thinking, what if Mike Tyson wants to prove something to himself? 58 years old, comes out, beats the shit out of Jake Paul, 27 years old. Remember the Rocky movie, Balboa? He comes back, he wins. Maybe he wants to prove something to himself. And now if you think about Jake Paul, right? It's a lose for him no matter what he does in this fight. Because if he wins, right, people are going to be mad that he beat up an old man, and not only a regular old man, but Mike Tyson, a person they never want to see lose. No one's going to respect him for beating him up, especially after he's already beat up fighters in their older age already. They're not going to be happy about it. But if you think about something, right? If Jake loses, he can just say, I lost to the greatest boxer ever. It's almost an honor to get knocked out by Mike Tyson. Now, when the fight was first announced, Chael Sonnen was on the Patrick Bet-David show, and he didn't even think it was real until he saw that it was reported by ESPN. And the first things that came out of his mouth is he predicted what was going to happen. He said that people aren't going to respect Jake for doing this.
I get it. So that's just the thing that you deal with in fighting that Jake Paul will be up against. He'll get teased for taking this fight, for one. He'll get teased for that. He'll work himself through that. But, if he goes out there and cleans his clock, they're going to come down on him.
He brought up an important point. Do you guys remember the fight? Vitor Belfort against Evander Holyfield last year. I think Evander Holyfield was 60 years old. He looked like a crippled old man needing a cane in that ring. Slow, he couldn't react, no power.
Yeah, it's looking a little tough out there for Evander right now.
Hard. Put him out. Good uppercut. Put him down. Get up.
Evander Holyfield's still fucking jacked, though.
The reflexes ain't the same when she's older.
He's not the same.
Blood in the water.
I don't want to see him get hurt.
Yeah, Vitor knows that he needs this.
And who knows the damage that it could have happened to Evander Holyfield in that fight. And Chael was saying the exact same things that we're all seeing now as a result. People are pissed that Jake Paul is fighting Mike Tyson. And he also said Vitor had a problem. He's never fought since, and nobody wants to sign Vitor Belfort to fight because of the backlash that he received for beating up an old man.
They would not book him again. They labeled him like an elderly abuser. How dare you? How could you do this? Vitor never got another fight. Vitor's training. He's right in Florida. What a perspective. He couldn't get us.
And if we learn something else from watching Holyfield in that fight, we realize that no matter how good you are, the speed, the power, the Olympic gold medals, the titles, nothing matters because age catches up to you no matter what. Eventually, age catches up to you, and there's nothing you could really do about that. But saying that, the last thing that you lose as you get older is your power. And that's what Mike Tyson has been known for, is his power. So if he still has his power, there's still a chance that he can do maybe what he wants to do and prove something to himself. Now, this is the most important thing I want to discuss in this video, okay? And this is going to tie this all together. None of this matters, what I said in this entire video, if it ends up being an exhibition fight, like the Roy Jones Jr. fight. Remember I said I was going to say something about that? If you go back and look at that fight, Tyson didn't throw one uppercut the entire fight. Tyson's signature move is the uppercut. How many times did you see him knock people out with that one punch? How many times did you get knocked out in Mike Tyson's punch out with that uppercut? He didn't throw one of them in that fight because exhibition fights aren't real fights. It's basically two guys going in there saying, you know what, we're not going to hurt each other. We're going to dance around a little bit. We're going to try to put on a show. But in the end, most of the time, it ends up in a draw. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't go against their record. So if this ends up being an exhibition fight, you can throw out everything else I said in this video. And when people are saying things are staged, in my opinion, exhibition fight is a staged fight. But saying that, it's being reported that they're trying to sanction this fight and have the fight go under their records and it's going to be a real fight. But again, 58 years old Mike Tyson, 27-year-old Jake Paul. Is the state of Texas really going to sanction this fight? I don't know. We're going to have to see. But in the end, like I said, maybe Tyson wants to prove this to himself. What a great story that could be. And I know for a fact, nobody wants to see him lose. But if there's one thing I could give Jake Paul credit for, look what this guy does in promoting fights. I mean, if you think about this, right, it's on Netflix, free for people. The amount of people that are going to be watching this video is something crazy to think about.
I hope Mike Tyson fucks Jake Paul up. That would be just amazing. I really hope that happens.
Because of fear of dispossession. But that quote about the quote about transfer and everything, and the way that these arguments are built, all of these quotes are deprived of their context.
The fear of territorial displacement and dispossession. So you couldn't Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact as...
Cat break. Would the first vid be BMO/Prismo?
Let me see.
You stay back. Hey, Courtney. Come here.
Oh,
Shoot back leg.
no.
Poor kitty. No, Prismo and Bimo are really sweet cats, and they're really good with being handled. They don't cry or scream or scratch or bite or anything. That's not like Prismo or Bimo at all. I don't know how I feel about that.
Hello in there. Hi, baby. Hi. You okay? Hi. Oh, you're so little. Oh, hi.
Oh my god.
Don't hiss at me. Oh my goodness, that's a big hiss.
Wow.
It's scary in here, I know. You wanna come home with me tonight? Yeah, me too. Okay.
That's a sweet little kitty. Yeah, Bimo did this on my head today. She just climbed up and sat on my head. Wow. Look at those little cat lips. Bimo's special. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
You said Zionism.
He's so slow.
There was significant Arab resistance to Zionism. And that resistance was based on the fact, as you said, the fear of territorial displacement and dispossession.
But a lot of this was in response to Arab violence. And the dispossession and the fear of dispossession, also, by the way, a huge thing that comes up that I think Benny agrees with, I think most historians agree with, is part of the problem with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is both sides have fantasies and delusions about what the other side wants sometimes as well, which is a problem. But yeah, this idea that the Arabs had this fear of dispossession that was well-founded, right? Keep in mind also, when people talk about Israel-Palestine, when, really good example, sorry, look, hold on, I just jumped like 15 different places. If you say that somebody does something out of a fear of dispossession or fear of whatever, you have to talk about how well-founded or if that is like an actual thing that would have happened, right? Which I think is betrayed by the fact that Israel did accept partition plans or did accept deals that would have had a sizable Arab population living in their country. They do today, right?
My only path to $20, he person. Let me see. Wow.
Лунтик увидел собаку.
That is a nice owl. Oh my god.
Пойдем гулять. Пойдем. Пуник.
Wow. Imagine booping a panther? That'd be pretty amazing.
You do that? How do you freaking do that? It's made. Look. It's made for freaking small dogs, and you get through it. That's just.
Well, he's got a house goat now. Oh, capybara. Cappies are so sweet. Look at them. That's amazing. Wow. They're all friends. Those are some good friends. Is this one gonna work? I don't think that last link works for some reason, but thanks for the donation, The Only Path. Barney donated $2.
An Australian man who ate nothing but potatoes for an entire year has lost more than 100 pounds.
Subsisting solely on the root vegetable for every meal has led to a 52-kilogram weight loss.
I started out on the 1st of January to do.
Yeah, I've seen this before. It's 7 years old, dude. Thanks for the donation, Barney.
But it's very similar to 67 in that 6-day war when Israel went to preemptively ward the surrounding Arab states and won a lot. That's why they won all the territory that people get so asked about today. In that case, Israel was rightfully fearful of an invasion from the surrounding states. They had a right to be afraid of it, but the surrounding Arab states weren't going to invade. They couldn't support it. Even without the surprise attack from Israel, it's questionable at best if the Arab states would have won that war. Nasser had committed over 50,000 troops to a failed civil war in Yemen that were exhausted, that were completely used up. They didn't have the capability to deploy anything meaningful. Like, they kicked out the UN peacekeepers, the UNF forces on the Sinai, and they, ran their people all across there, trying to puff his chest up like big. There's no way that they were going to win the war. But so that would be an example of Israel feared, even maybe rightfully feared, there was good reason to fear an Arab invasion, but that doesn't mean it was going to happen. It doesn't mean that was the reality on the ground, which is what's being said here, right? Yeah, the Arabs feared dispossession of their land because of incoming Europeans, incoming Jewish people, an Israeli state, but that doesn't mean that the Jews were always going to dispossess all of them, right?
So you couldn't very well expect the Zionist movement to come out in neon lights and announce, hey, we're going to be expelling you the first chance we get. That's not realistic. Now,
let me respond.
A lot of people, including yourself, debate which side is correct and which side is justified in doing X or Y, but what does the proper resolution to this conflict really look like? Both sides have to be willing to make.
Darn right, it will be the end of the world, and to think all that 10 years of progress we made under the Obama administration gone down the drain.
Yeah, it'll be a real waste. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Make some painful concessions, but I think the most important roadblock right now to peace is the international gassing up of the Palestinians. That is the #1 impediment right now to any peaceful process. Because I think Palestinians feel like they can act with impunity and do whatever they want, and they'll never suffer political defeat for it. Everything is just on the road to gaining their state back. No matter what happens, they will get that 67 borders territory at some point. It's going to come. Whether it's because the ICJ says that Israel's committing genocide, whether it's because it's the 400th UN resolution is going to finally free up the territory, whether it's because other states are going to invade and clear things up with this because Iran is going to get nukes, whether it's because Hezbollah and the Houthis are going to launch simultaneously, like, it will come. That's what's in the mind of the Palestinians. And that thought needs to be extinguished. It cannot be that you think you can act with impunity no matter what, you'll get what you want. You just have to wait long enough. As long as they think that, they'll never be encouraged to come to the table for any real kind of peace deal.
Look, you said it a number of times that the Arabs from fairly early on in the conflict, from the 1890s or the early 1900s, said the Jews intend to expel us. This doesn't mean that it's true. It means
we're going over the same thing that was kind of said before. Yes. Yeah. Oh, he's going to talk about it. Yeah. Just because they thought that doesn't mean it was true. You should be able to speak about people's feelings, regardless of whether those feelings are true or not. You can't cite their feelings as fact of what's going to happen in the future. Those feelings aren't perspective, or they're not prescient. They're not future reading. It's just a way that people feel, and they might act on those feelings, whether or not they comport with future reality or not. Right?
90s or the early 1900s said the Jews intend to expel us. This doesn't mean that it's true. It means that some Arabs said this, maybe believing it was true, maybe using it as a political instrument to gain support to mobilize Arabs against the Zionist experiment. But the fact is, transfer did not occur before 1947. And Arabs later said, and since then, have said that the Jews want to build a third temple on the Temple Mount, as if that's what really the mainstream of Zionism has always wanted and always strived for. But this is nonsense. It's something that Husseini used to use as a way to mobilize masses for the cause, using religion as the way to get them to join him. The fact that Arabs said that the Zionists wanted to dispossess us doesn't mean it's true. It just means that some Arabs thought that, maybe said it sincerely and maybe insincerely.
Professor Morris.
Later it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is true.
Professor
Morris,
Morris.
the Arabs attacked the Jews.
Professor Morris, I read through your stuff.
He says this so many times over and over and over again. He repeats the same shit. Oh my God.
Yesterday, I was looking through Righteous Victim.
You should read other things. You're wasting your time.
No.
Drew.
No, actually, no. I do read other things, but I don't consider it a waste of time to read you. Not at all. You say that this wasn't inherent in Zionism. Now, would you agree that David Ben-Gurion was a Zionist?
A major Zionist leader.
Right. Would you agree Chaim Weizmann was a Zionist?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe they were. I believe they took their ideology seriously. It was the first generation. Just like with the Bolsheviks, the first generation was committed to
It's just like all non sequitur, all not dealing with anything that's being said whatsoever. It's actually insane.
Idea. By the 1930s, it was just pure realpolitik. The ideology went out the window. The first generation, I have no doubt about their convictions. Okay? They were Zionists. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism.
He's reading the same. I'm pretty sure that, you know what, let's find this actual quote. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism. My understanding is that this refers to land acquisition prior to the creation of the Israeli state.
And I thought that voting confidently in the Democratic Party primaries in a predominantly Republican state was intimidating enough. Check out this level of voter intimidation in Russia.
I don't think this is gonna load. Yep, not available in my country. Well, thanks for the donation though, Ben.
This didn't have to do, this had nothing to do with the Nakba. This had nothing to do with 48. This just had to do with buying land from the Ottomans. Okay, Benny Morris is one Israeli historian who has definitely written about the history of Israel and Palestine in a way that made him an authoritative reference for many scholars and writers, particularly concerning the 48 Nakba. In his pioneering role as a new historian already in the late 1980s, he scrutinized many declassified documents from around 1948 and reached the conclusion that not only was there a transfer, as he quite systematically regards it, but that this transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state, and a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of the Arab population in birth of the Palestinian refugee problem. There is a conclusion and admission, or that is a conclusion and admission of some magnitude. You don't just go back on this one, but unbelievably, Morris does. At least he tries to. Yesterday, he writes in Haaretz an article bluntly titled Israel Conducted No Ethnic Cleansing in 1948. Oh, the chapter is called The Idea of Transfer in Zionist Thinking Before 1948. So this is what this whole chapter deals with. What then was the connection between Zionist transfer thinking before 1948 and what actually happened during the first Arab-Israeli war? Arab and pro-Arab commentators and historians have charged that this thinking amounted to pre-planning, and that what happened in 1948 was simply a systematic implementation of Zionist ideology and of a Zionist master plan of expulsion. Old-school Zionist commentators and historians have argued that the sporadic talk among Zionist leaders of transfer was mere pipe dreaming and was never undertaken systematically or seriously, hence there was no deliberation and premeditation behind what happened in 1948, and the creation of the refugee problem owed nothing to pre-planning and everything to the circumstances of the war in the moment, chaos, immediate military needs and dictates, whims of personality, and so on.
My feeling is that the transfer thinking and near consensus that emerged in the 1930s and the early 1940s was not tantamount to pre-planning and did not issue in the production of a policy or master plan of expulsion. The Yishuv and its military forces did not enter the 1948 war, which was initiated by the Arab side with a policy or plan for expulsion. But transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state, and a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yishuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. By 1948, transfer was in the air. The transfer thinking that preceded the war contributed to the denouement by conditioning the Jewish population, political parties, military organizations, and military and civilian leadership for what transpired. Thinking about the possibilities of transfer in the 1930s and 40s had prepared to condition the hearts and minds for its implementation in the course of the 1948 war, so that as it occurred, few voiced protest or doubt. It was accepted as inevitable.
So you bend over, donate $2, try this link. Let me see. Armed and masked soldier checks a voting cabin when a voter is inside. Look what's going on, and it's being like this, like that the whole day. Voice is heard behind the camera, presumably of an observer. We've already seen imitations and falsifications of elections in Russia, but it's the first time I am seeing a soldier with a rifle looking over the voter's back. Well, yeah. They do this all the time. I've seen videos where there was a soldier with a machine gun collecting votes. They use every tactic they can to intimidate voters and basically falsify the election. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
And natural by the bulk of the Jewish population. The fact that Palestine's Arabs and the Arab states had rejected the UN partition resolution and, to nip it in the bud, had launched the hostilities that snowballed into full-scale civil war, and that the Arab states had invaded Palestine and attacked Israel in May of 1948 only hardened Jewish hearts towards the Palestinian Arabs who were seen as mortal enemies and, should they be co-opted into the Jewish state, a potential fifth column. Thus, the expulsions that periodically dotted the Palestinian Arab exodus raised few eyebrows, and thus the Yishuv's leaders, parties, and population in mid-war accepted without significant dissent or protest the militarily and politically sensible decision not to allow an Arab refugee to return. Yeah, okay, so this is the full quote. So Finkelstein is trying to quote this as though the Zionists always knew that there was going to be a Nakba, whereas Benny talks about that in the 30s and 40s, again, he more or less has said this, in response to the conditions on the ground, and the fact that, like, they all wanted a state, and if they had to expel Arabs, you know, it was fine. But it was in response to what was happening on the ground that transfer became such an accepted idea as an inevitability of the conflict.
There were Zionists in Zionism. Transfer was inevitable and inbuilt in Zionism.
You keep repeating
it. Yeah, because I have, as I said then, Mr. Morris, I have
like, how did he read that? How did he get to that quote and not see what we just read before and after? How did that happen? So this makes me wonder, did he just get other people to quote mine? I mean, it can't be that, because somebody would have come out and said it, right? That would be my thing. Like, if we're imagining a conspiracy here where Norm has people working for him that just find quotes and then feed it to him and then he debates all those quotes, I feel like something would have leaked about that or something would have come out about that. That can't be the case. But it's equally hard to imagine, did he actually read this book? There's no way, right? How could he, there's no way that he could have read it and came away with that one, that he ignored everything before and after and he came away with that one thing.
Oh, people do that all the time. He probably did that.
You keep repeating
it. Yeah, because I have, as I said then, Mr. Morris, I have a problem reconciling what you're saying. It either was incidental or it was deeply entrenched.
Like, it kind of was incidental, but it says it. Fuck, now I wish I would have read. I wish I had have a list of, tell me every quote you're going to use ahead of time so I can get the context on it. Because if I would have read, but I don't have time to read every book that Morris has written, although apparently I should have. If I would have been familiar with the context around this quote, that is quite literally what he says. That for a decent chunk of this, it was incidental, relating, but not purely incidental. It's not true to say that it was only incidental. Like, the thought was already in the air, but like, it was solidified by Arab resistance.
Here I read, it's deeply entrenched. Two very resonant words, inevitable and inbuilt.
Deeply entrenched, I never wrote.
Well, I'm not sure.
It's something you just invented.
Okay.
But
inevitable and inbuilt.
The idea,
okay.
let me concede something. No. The idea of transfer was there. Israel Zangwill, a British Zionist, talked about it early on in the century. Even Herzl, in some way, talked about transferring population.
According to your 25 pages, everybody talked about it.
Why does he keep interrupting? He interrupts so much. He's actually he must interrupt more than anybody else in this debate, too. He's incredibly rude. I thought it was just to me, but I see now he does it a lot to Benny as well. He just cuts him off.
In some way talked about transferring population.
According to your 25 pages.
Like, why would you cut off the guy that wrote the book that you're quoting from? Like, you unbelievable ignoramus. Why would you interrupt the guy who wrote the book that your quote's typing from? Why not let him explain it?
Well, that's like, we keep bringing up this line in the 25 pages and the 4 pages. You know, we're lucky to have Benny in front of us right now. We don't need to go to the quotes. Like, we can legitimately ask, how central is expulsion to Zionism? in its early version of Zionism, in whatever Zionism is today, and how much power, influence the Zionism and ideology have in Israel, and like influence the philosophy, the ideology of Zionism have on Israel today.
The Zionist movement up to 1948, Zionist ideology was central to the whole Zionist experience, the whole enterprise up to 1948. And I think Zionist ideology was also important in the first decades of Israel's existence. Slowly, the hold of Zionism, like if you like Bolshevism held the Soviet Union, gradually faded. And a lot of Israelis today think in terms of individual success and then the capitalism and all sorts of things which have nothing to do with Zionism. But Zionism was very important. But what I'm saying is that the idea of transfer wasn't the core of Zionism. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jews who had been vastly persecuted in Eastern Europe and incidentally in the Arab world, the Muslim world, for centuries, and eventually ending up with the Holocaust. The idea of Zionism was to save the Jewish people by establishing a state or re-establishing a Jewish state on the ancient Jewish homeland, which is something the Arabs today even deny, that there were Jews in Palestine or the land of Israel 2,000 years ago. Arafat famously said, what temple was there on Temple Mount? Maybe it was in Nablus, which of course is nonsense. But they had a strong connection for thousands of years to the land to which they wanted to return and returned there. They found that on the land lived hundreds of thousands of Arabs, and the question was how to accommodate the vision of a Jewish state in Palestine alongside the existence of these Arab masses living on, who were indigenous, in fact, to the land by that stage. And the idea of partition, because they couldn't live together, because the Arabs didn't want to live together with the Jews, and I think the Jews also didn't want to live together in one state with Arabs in general. The idea of partition was the thing which the Zionists accepted. Okay, we can only get a small part of Palestine. The Arabs will get in 1937 most of Palestine. In 1947, the ratios were changed, but we can live side by side with each other in a partitioned Palestine. And this was the essence of it. The idea of transfer was there, but it was never adopted as policy. But in 1947-48, the Arabs attacked.
Bootycom, $22, 3 hour 49 for October 7th.
Returned there. They found that
I know that from up to the 6-Day War, there was counter reprisals were common in Israel. The idea being that if you attack us, we're going to come back and we're going to come really heavy and attack you and blow your shit up. That was a common thing. So at least up to 67, I think one could say that Israel had a policy that involved destruction of civilian villages. I think you could say that pretty safely. After 67, I don't know after 67 if you could ever say it was a policy of Israel or the IDF. I'm not sure.
That's what he tried to make us understand.
No, he was speaking facts. The Hamas guys who attacked the kibbutzim, apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were out to kill civilians, and they killed family after family, house after house. The Israeli attacks on Hamas installations and fighters. I don't know better. No, you don't know Israeli pilots. That's the problem.
Thank God.
You know, you don't know Israeli pilots. They believe that they are killing Hamasniks. They're given certain objectives, and that's what they attack. And if the Hamas is hiding behind civilians die.
Every time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When they killed the 4 kids on the
they believe.
Yeah, I know they believe it, even though they were.
I'm so glad we went over this on stream, so I know exactly what he's bringing up here. I'm so glad I have the background on this.
Side, even though they were
that angle, you don't see the sides.
No, they saw it.
You don't see the sides.
My left side builds muscle and strength slightly slower than my right. I have a hand tool that I squeeze to gain grip strength. I do the same thing on both hands with sets and reps. My right hand is clearly bigger. Same thing with shoulders and biceps.
That's not terribly uncommon. A lot of people just have one side that's bigger and stronger than the other side. Just, try your best to match reps from side to side, and try not to favor one side over the other when you do certain exercises, and then, try to make it as even as you can. Thanks for the donation, though, Killian Titan.
Oh, I know what he's quoting from, but you've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beach, as is often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally did.
Mr. Borelli, with all due respect, you're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. That wharf was filled with journalists. There were tens, scores of journalists.
My next question here is so good.
That was an old fisherman's shack. What are you talking about? It's so painful. It's so painful to live.
Finkelstein is not aware of, he's not aware of a lot of stuff. He's not aware of the underlying fact of the matter. This is what Finkelstein does. And this is why Israel-Palestine is perfectly suited for a mind like his. You read a thing, and if it agrees with your side, you stop and you agree with it. If you read a thing and it doesn't, then you go one level deeper. If that agrees with your side, then you stop and then you're done. And with Israel-Palestine, you can always go one level deeper, so you can always build whatever narrative that you want. So in his particular case, the IDF says, oh, we attacked people that we thought were terrorists. Oh, did you? And then you look it up. Aha, 4 children were killed. Nope, you killed children. But if you go another level deeper, well, what actually happened? These children came out of a place. They were in shipping containers that was previously identified as a Hamas-operated base. This is stuff that the IDF has published about. You know, you can decide if you want to or not want to, if the attack was okay or not, or if they were just trying to murder kids, but like at least go one level deeper and figure out what's being talked about. But for him to quote this as, oh, and the reason why he's saying, by the way, that it was a war full of journalists, that's not true. There was a hotel nearby that housed a lot of
I can
journalists.
just hear the maggots proclaiming Biden has dementia. Cognitive decline. Demented Joe. Also, I didn't know this, but Scarlett Johansson's Jewish. Why are a lot of Jews so fucking hot? Lol.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's a lot of fucking sexy ass Jews.
Sorry, does Donald Trump think that Biden beat Obama in 2020?
You know what was interesting? Joe Biden won against Barack Hussein Obama. Has anyone ever heard of him? Barack
Yeah, Biden's the one with dementia.
Hussein Obama.
But sure, it's Joe Biden in cognitive decline. Got it.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Ben. Appreciate it.
There's a hotel nearby that housed a lot of journalists, but that but the place that had been bombed was not just a place that just was like a journalist hotel or whatever. Lycan says the spotters can see their kids. That's not true. That is not true.
Listen to this idiocy.
And to be clear, on the other side, you're implying that a strike was okayed on the Israeli side, where they said, we're just going to kill 4 Palestinian children today for no reason.
Do you believe that?
That's a good
Do you believe
question.
that?
I'm glad that Benny reinforces this. I'm so glad that Benny picks up on this too, because this is a
Yeah, that is some whack shit. Finkelstein is an absolute whack job. Complete and utter whack job. All right. It's time to play some video games.
Before the attack, we all thought our money would be safe at the OCP bank.
I have pertinent
glad we got
information
Murphy on our
regarding
team.
the case.
We'll get to that, Murphy. But right now, it's time for your psych evaluation. Becker will chew my ear off if I don't make sure you take part in it. So go. Dr. Blanche is already waiting in the observation room. Once it's over, join us in the briefing room.
What's the big idea?
Piece of junk taser blew the fuse when I tried to charge it.
So it wasn't a mistake when they didn't send us insulated gloves.
I'm afraid not.
I'm ready for you,
OCP's
Robo.
really cutting costs where it can. God knows what they'll cut next.
All right, let's see what's cooking under the hood.
What's that look supposed to mean?
Once I'm done, he's all yours, Doctor.
Hello, Murphy. Congratulations. I've seen your accomplishment on TV. I hope that I'll manage to remain professional despite sitting opposite a celebrity. How do you feel about being acclaimed as a hero again?
I serve the public trust. I do not do it for fame.
No. Your sense of duty is what drives you, that's clear. I'm sure you'd love to share this accomplishment with Anne Lewis. You've seen her at the hospital, haven't you? How is she?
She is stable.
You cherish that relationship, don't you? She's an important part of your life. Your past life, too.
She is.
Just like your family. You're very protective of your past.
OCP cut me off from my family.
And how do you view their decision to separate you from them?
They would not want to see me like this.
Perhaps not. But the alternative isn't much better. Nevertheless, you still think about them, don't you? What comes to mind when you try to remember your family? I see. Memories can be painful.
You reached your
Especially
genetic
when
potential
they're
for
connected
bicep
to the ones
size?
you love.
Probably not.
They tend to remind us of what we're missing. The thief that broke into my house I mentioned before. He was my brother. He was an addict who'd come over to steal things to sell so he could buy drugs. As you can imagine, my last memory of us together is not a happy one. But despite that, I still wouldn't want to lose it. It serves as a reminder of how I failed him. And I've been trying to rectify it ever since.
I do not remember my family. I can only feel them.
These feelings, how do they manifest themselves?
As echoes of the past. But OCP sees them as obstacles that need to be removed.
And now you're afraid that they sent me here to convince you they are right?
Did they?
What you need to understand is that regardless of outside influences, my client's well-being takes highest priority. Especially now that I understand how important these memories are to you, I will fight for you in every way I know how. If you let me. I think this is a good place to end this session. Thank you for your honesty. It certainly has been noted.
I do weighted chin-ups.
I've got plenty to think about for now.
She's got a good little turd cutter.
Yeah, just keep following.
All right. The situation at the bank was contained in a relatively smooth fashion. So what did we learn from it?
When it's their money on the line, OCP will send RoboCop, the entire SWAT team, and a bunch of Ed 209s that actually work.
Anything else?
Wendell Antonowski no longer deals with the street vultures.
That's right. There's been a rift in their midst, and I want to know why.
Spike has proven to be talkative under suitable conditions.
That's why I want you all to head to the city and do some actual police work. We need to find Spike. The attack on OCP Bank was a desperate move. I'm sure there's plenty of theories floating around. So we need to listen to what the streets are saying to find where the vultures are hiding.
I know someone versed in street talk.
Talk to him. And, oh, I almost forgot. Murphy, once you're downtown, the old man wants to meet with you.
Oh, the old man himself? What an honor.
Yeah, he's the closest Detroit has to real-life royalty. Maybe for saving him all that money, he'll knight you or something.
Enough. Head downtown, ask around, and most importantly, find Spike.
RoboCop! Over here! You wouldn't want to make the mayor of Detroit wait, would you?
May I help you, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, it's me who's gonna do the helping. You know John Mills, I presume? The OCP puppet who's gunning for my seat as mayor? I've heard from a reliable source that he's planning to make you the highlight of his election bid. Judging by your expressive face, he hasn't talked to you about it yet, huh? That's what I figured. What a slimy bastard. Using your image to influence the good people of this city, and without your consent? That's clearly something that I would never do. But you know that I've always appreciated what you're doing for our city, right? So, the real question is, what are we gonna do about it together?
I will not let OCP take over this city.
I knew you'd understand. I need to go. Campaign season is busy, but let me leave you with one word of advice. Whatever you do, make it clear that you are not siding with Mills. You can be sure that they'll twist your every word and use it against you. That's what OCP does. Thanks for the talk, RoboCop. Say no to Delta City. Vote for the neighborhoods. Vote for Kuzak.
RoboCop is getting face-to-face with the old man himself? I tell him all about how the OCP is fucking us over.
Got a job for you.
You wouldn't say a word if you actually met him.
How are you feeling after the incident at the bank?
Who gives a shit? I heard that you're heading to the city. Once you're out there, I want you to check one apartment for me. There's suspicion of domestic terrorism and corporate espionage, so expect a warm welcome.
Should I assume hostility from the suspect?
I assume you'll find sensitive data there. Look for it thoroughly and make sure it comes straight back to my hands. Tenement across the street from the arcade, apartment 12. Now go, I've got to prepare for a meeting. And remember, if you won't take care of it, another cop will have to. Another cop that isn't quite as resistant to deadly surprises as you are.
Dodo donated $2. Why does Trump always say Obama's middle name? He doesn't for anyone else. Because his middle name's Hussein.
State against Biden, in the largest margins ever. You know what was interesting? Joe Biden won against Barack Hussein Obama. Has anyone ever heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama, or state.
Yeah, because his middle name's Hussein. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Hey, you. The old man is waiting for you upstairs. This entrance to the building is off limits. Doesn't matter. The old man's waiting. So, it's true what they say. You do have some kind of defect.
Oh, it's good to see you, my boy. Leave us. I want to talk to him in private. You have to excuse me for not getting up. I'm in a rather unfortunate state. You did exceptional work at the bank. I want you to know that I am deeply grateful for your service to OCP and the city of Detroit. See, I grew up in this very apartment, or what's left of it. It used to be a thriving neighborhood. Nothing like what you see right now. I always dreamt of turning it into the most prosperous district in the city. A new heart of Detroit. Can you imagine? Or do you think it's just an old fool's pipe dream?
I agree with all city improvement plans that have the citizens' well-being in mind.
Glad to know you approve. Delta City's construction is about to start. Finally, the old and frail will be replaced with the new and strong. Decay and death are terrible things. You lose everything you worked for your entire life. But I don't have to tell you what that's like. It really makes me wonder, has the time you spent in that armor been a burden to you?
The only burden it causes is to criminal scum.
I admire your confidence. The real reason I've summoned you here is because I'm worried. I'm aware of your instability problems, and it's not a matter that we can overlook. That's why I've requested to have people look after you. Tell me, how are you finding your evaluations with Dr. Blanche?
I am happy to comply with any activity that improves effectiveness.
You're a good sport. I can imagine it's not a pleasant experience, but I can't express how much I'd like you to keep at it. I'm sure that becoming a liability is the last thing you'd want. Am I right?
That is correct.
Now we've reached an understanding. Tell me, is there anything I could do to put your mind at ease?
My partner has been severely wounded and is being treated at Gibson Memorial Hospital.
I'll make sure she gets the best care there is.
Thank you.
I have to say, you brought a lot of hope into this old man's heart. Now, excuse me. I'm not supposed to exert myself too much. Doctor's orders. And you can't argue with them. Take care of yourself. Oh.
Holy shit! What was that?
RoboCop. Not such a piece of junk after all.
Hey, Murphy, are you done with the old man's tea party? Remember to get back in touch with your informer. See if he has any info that could get us back on the biker's lead. Spike is still out there.
OCP wants to raise towers of glass and steel. Go ahead. Just not where we live.
I hate the day shift.
Whores. What's up, Sardine?
Sweetheart. It's just someone on the staircase.
OCP is ordering you to break into the apartment of a reporter they don't like? Any comment before I write a story on that?
I am here to investigate domestic terrorism.
OCP sent you to my safe house because they want to know what I have on them after the bank incident.
I assume there is more if you cannot store everything here. I found a rental bill for a locker in a storage facility.
Make up your mind. First you let me go at the bank, and now, when I'm actually starting to figure out what the OCP scam is all about, you show up and ruin this. Do you want to help OCP avoid liability?
Your evidence is invalid if you obtained it illegally.
I don't collect it for the court. I won't win against OCP there. It turns out I was right. That thing that OCP plans to do with charging residents of Old Detroit with additional costs, it is a loophole. It will lead to the illegal expulsion of thousands of people if you help OCP silence me.
Explain.
Not so fast. I need to be able to trust you first. At the bank, you proved that you are more...
Timpool has hit an all-new low.
Let me see.
This is the first month I won't be able to afford rent. I'm not a rich person. I don't have a lot of stuff. I have basic household necessities, a couch, a bed, washer, a dryer. That's about it. A car. I don't have a lot of lavish things. I don't go on vacations, and I don't spend a lot. Rent's increased from $1,300 to $1,800. The food prices
Jesus, that is an insane increase.
are too high. I've cut back on eating because I literally cannot afford food. I've cut back on my favorite snacks, cat food, treats. I'm exhausted all the time from being overworked and underpaid. You don't catch a break when you grow up poor. I don't need much to be happy. I just want to be able to live comfortable. I just really need to catch a break right now. I'm trying so hard, and I feel like
would say, oh, it looks like it's difficult for her. Maybe I should just try to understand her plight. Says, get you a high value man and make babies for him. Garbage person.
I do think if this woman was stressed out and didn't want to worry about this, she has an option. Historically, what she could do is she could find a high value man who generates a large sum of money.
This is insane. Yeah, so a lot of the right wing want to keep women poor. There's a reason why they push for, women not going to college, not getting a career, and just, find a man. It makes it easier for them to control women. So, yeah, when women actually have a career, they have their own income, that means they actually have dating options. And they don't just get with people out of desperation.
Enough to sustain this house and offer him something he would want in exchange. Now, typically that would be a family and companionship and emotional satisfaction, all those things that come with a loving relationship. Maybe they don't want to have kids, and that's fine too.
Dude, Tim Pool is an absolute fucking whack job. Like, it's also, like, when you look at the statistics, women ideally, I think, want to be with a partner that makes about 30% more income than they do. And I think the actual average is more like 10%. Women end up getting with men who make about 10% more than they do. So if she's barely, like, able to pay the bills, realistically, she's only going to be able to find somebody who's within her income bracket.
Wow, what miskinsk douchebags they are.
Yeah, for real. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Tim Pool's a fucking moron. Oh, just date somebody who's rich. Okay, well, thanks for the fucking advice, retard.
More than just a tool programmed to obey OCP.
By the way, we all know Tim Pool's a fucking loser, can't get any pussy, so obviously he's gonna, like, pressure women to just date somebody who's rich like he is.
But now, the stakes are higher.
What is it that you expect?
Since you're here, I fully expect someone from OCP to go and check my locker. I need to protect what's inside, but there's a meeting I need to keep an eye on. Too much depends on it.
I will not be involved in the smuggling of contraband.
There's nothing illegal about my request. I need only one box from there. The one with the inscription Bakery on the corner. The rest you can leave to OCP to pick up. I need to just spring clean my out-of-date documents anyway. Call me once you secure the box.
That's a weird bike. Yeah, those handlebars don't look like they fit on that type of bike. Tim Pool takes his beanie off and women run away. He doesn't even need to take his beanie off, dude. See, Norman Finkelter donated $2. Richard, do you agree with Dr. Avi's assessment of the Destiny Finkelstein debate? Let me see. Watch the little debate, my thoughts. Starting to wonder if all historians trade in the part of their brains responsible for critical thinking skills to make room for more raw knowledge. Pretty wild that the least knowledgeable person on the topic is even able to remotely hold his own against those who spent the better part of their lives studying their own field. Speaks volumes to the problem in academia I constantly lament about.
I think Vegan Deterioration clipped you saying something about men being better than women, trying to make you sound like a woman hater. Nigger must have forgot you debated a black pill nigger knob and reclaim your throne.
Yeah, he takes clips of mine out of context like crazy and tries to slander me, so, you know, it's nothing new. He's probably just gonna get his channel deleted again. Thanks for the donation, Camille Cam. Raw knowledge is prioritized, and the most basic critical thinking skills, logic, Phil, are hand-waved away as if they are some innate things people just have. It was clearly not superiority of domain knowledge that kept Destiny in the debate. It was simply superior critical thinking skills and ability to linearly track points. Sad thing is, these skills aren't even hard for academics to learn and refine. It's just that academics refuse to devote any reasonable amount of time to doing it. You know, I've wondered about this. I think the types of people who excel in academia are oftentimes people who don't have great critical thinking skills, but they have very good memories. So, I don't know. On the specific issues with the debaters, Benny Morris, much of which is said above, Morris is clearly an expert on this topic, to the point where he was able to showcase his domain knowledge as surpassing both Finkelstein and Rabbani at several points in the debate, especially as it pertained to the time frame of his main focus. However, at many times it wasn't clear how this knowledge supported his arguments or rebuttals, even when it came to his own writings. For example, transfer being inevitable in Zionist ideology may very well be an out-of-context quote, but it wasn't clear how the response offered demonstrated how it was out of context. Well, he kind of did. I think Destiny really was the one who put it in context for him, pointing out how war also happened, which added incentive to facilitate such things, or how transfer was never adopted as a Zionist policy pre-1947-48 are both compatible with a view that transfer is an inevitable outcome. It's not even clear to me that Morris disagrees with this, at least in some sense, albeit at a low scale and perhaps not as much of an issue as the absence of war. Norm Finkelstein, I continue to understand how people take this person's... I continue to not understand how people take this person seriously. This is probably one of the most bad faith, obfuscation-filled performances I've seen from this person. Cheap rhetorical grasps at pointing out Destiny's lack of domain knowledge may have landed if he bothered to actually show why he was wrong, but this simply didn't happen. Instead, he came off wasting time from the actual topic by devoting it to cheap personal rhetoric that was simply unearned in the context of debate. Anyone who thinks those antics were some kind of own should almost never have their opinion on a debate taken seriously. This is all on top of the usual sly obfuscation and tracking failures expected from Finkelstein. Muin Rabbani, definitely the more reasonable pro-Palestine debater of the two, although compared to Finkelstein it's not saying that much. While he may have some views I find wild, he was much better faith. At multiple points in the debate, he actually took the time to try and understand his opponent's positions and supporting arguments before reflexively replying, unlike Finkelstein. His questions and responses actually showed some hints of critical thinking skills, all too often absent from academics. This is unfortunately soured later in the debate by not being able to see the obvious distinction between Shamir as a time where he had little to no influence and al-Husseini at a time when he was leading the Palestinian cause and being somewhat evasive on the October 7th casualty figures. Although I think this is the pro-Palestinian debater to pick to have a productive conversation with, he's got enough crazy views to be confident of having an actual disagreement while having enough semblance of good faith to be able to potentially make some progress with. Destiny, despite what people think, the biggest issue here was not domain knowledge. There was enough domain knowledge there for Destiny to reason his way into good points and critiques of his opponent's views. The main problem is he was far too tame, especially in the first 2 hours. He's been having that issue lately. I think Destiny has claimed, like, this is a strategy he's had lately, where he kind of softballs his opponents. One of his reasons for this is he's been saying, like, he doesn't want his debate opponents to run away. And I think he does this, too, so that he can get more collaborations and debates with people. One of the reasons why so many people won't debate me is because I won't go easy on them, and a lot of people can't handle that. He's also said that he wants to have a productive conversation, and if he goes super hard on people, they're just going to be defensive, and I think that's bullshit. You have to go hard on people. Even when he stepped things up after that, he didn't pressure opponents to the point of concession. The strategy may work against a good faith interlocutor, but against someone pulling out all the bad faith sophist tactics like Finkelstein, this simply doesn't work. When you get him versus a massive sophist like Fink, it's just him being way too passive while the other person evades. Well-thought points that merit response. Where was the classic, just so you know, after you're done rambling, I'm going to re-ask you the same question. Where was the forced and relentless redirection every time the opponent subtly changed topics? After the 2 hour mark, there was a clear increase in activity, good, but not nearly enough focus pressure. Ironically, the biggest problem here was perhaps Destiny not being enough of a debate bro. Clear counter to an interlocutor operating in bad faith. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I haven't seen the full debate yet, but I'd agree with that. That's been Destiny's problem for a while now. He got rolled over by, what's his name? Fuentes the last time they debated too, because he was doing that shit. He has to go harder on people again. Thanks for the donation, Norman Finkelturd. I do not understand the appeal of choppers. Like, there are people who have a chopper as their only bike. It is so weird to me.
You're late. Sorry, I had to take a bus. Freaking OCP robots destroyed my car during that bank robbery.
Rate this game out of 10. I'd give it a good 8.7 out of 10. It's a fantastic game.
Man, it's RoboCop. So what? We're just sitting here enjoying the moment. Nothing suspicious. Right, officer?
Shouldn't we give the fellas the signal?
We should just shut up and smile like the exemplary citizens that we are. Are you lost, officer? I can show you the exit if you want.
Shit's about to go down.
Trouble with the lock.
Seems that I forgot the key, but
You will tell your story at the station.
Are you sure you have enough seats in your car to take us all?
If you do not come quietly, I will not need any.
Haha.
It's that metal
Fucking bitches. Get fucked. Favorite genre in gaming? I don't know. I like a lot of different games. Shooters and racing games. I enjoy the most, I'd say.
Well, well, well. Looks like Mr. Becker was right. You're up to something behind his back. These things are supposed to go to Mr. Becker, I reckon.
What will interest Becker is in locker number 17. The contents of this box are none of OCP's concern.
I'll have to tell Mr. Becker that you have not given us all the material.
I assure you that it will end up worse for you than for me.
Damn. Bro, look at that cake. Holy shit. I'm gonna use the race sim, don't worry. We're gonna play some racing games soon.
They tracked my location.
Because they trust you so much. Speaking of which, the box. What if I lied about it? Did you ever think of that? There may be a bomb inside, or the head of my sworn enemy. Do you want to know what's inside?
No. The sound of your voice does not indicate that you are lying.
Just don't depend on your lie detector when you talk to politicians. In the box are my personal belongings. Letters, memorabilia, things that actually matter to me. When you become too tough to hit directly, the scum will try to get to you through your loved ones.
I understand.
So we have even more in common. Once OCP takes care of my old documents,
Are the Sniper Elite games good? The Sniper Elite games are kind of weird. They have some really good banger levels, but then they have a lot of levels that are really awkward and jank and just don't work with the gameplay of the game. So they're pretty hit and miss.
And help the people of old Detroit. You've helped them already, though. Thank you. Ronnie's Grocery. Leave the box there.
What do you mean, $1? It's...
I have Samantha's belongings.
Yes, I'm glad you're helping her. Without that girl, OCP would put us all in the street. Still might. They did a number on a lot of families, hers included. Samantha's mother took it worst. But that's not a story for me to tell. Anyway, leave the box in the back, next to the cat food. She's supposed to pick up everything tomorrow.
Is that true? Mary has to close a restaurant?
2 words. Delta City.
Greetings. Waiting for the movie screening.
Just browsing to find which movie would most enhance my nuke experience.
Has working with the police not made you change your ways?
I need to keep up appearances. Otherwise, I wouldn't be much use.
You might have heard a
to
meow in the
now would
game.
I?
There's no cat
Nah,
down here
tell
right
me,
now.
What's the next job for the police's finest duo?
I need information on Spike's whereabouts.
That SOB. I'll never forgive him for what he did to Briggs. Luckily, there ain't much left of
Turkey
the street
Tom's vid
vultures
brought
after
me
the bank
here.
heist.
Hello, OGs.
Probably
What's up,
laying
Andrew?
low. But now you mention it, I heard about a
I'm
bike
looking
ride
forward
crash
to
near
Turkey
Riverbank
Tom's next
just behind the
video.
mart. So, your best bet is to check out the scene of the accident, or maybe hit up a nearby mechanic to see if they know anything.
Thank you. You have given me all I need.
I know you're busy, but there's something that I need your help with.
I will not be involved in any illegal activity.
That's very presumptuous of you. I just need help finding a VHS tape in the rental place across the street. The title slipped my mind, and I assume you've got like a data...
George Donatillars, is a deficit of over 500 unhealthy in your opinion? Nope. There's no deficit that's necessarily unhealthy. Thanks for that donation, George.
Database or something in your head that'll make looking for it a breeze. So what do you say? Will you help me look for it?
No.
There are crimes happening that need attention.
That's not a no. I'll be waiting here if you change your mind.
Spike in a haystack. Wait. Is that where the chopper shop was, or was another place?
They say we're in a record-breaking recession, but people are throwing away things that still work.
No need to rush. They're just trying to depopulate our species. You didn't eat my bait. You knew it had poison in it. Now I'm sure you're no ordinary rat. Where'd you go, you little...
What am I supposed to be looking for here? That guy has a thing on his head. There we go.
Good day, citizen.
A rightful citizen of Earth, to be precise.
No, they didn't get Peter
Aliens
Weller.
are swarming and killing us, and the police are not doing anything about it. We're all doomed.
An accident happened here recently. It involved a motorcycle.
I saw it with my own eyes. I've recorded the whole thing in my research notes so I wouldn't get mixed up. See, there are so many conspiracies happening in this city. The only trouble is, those notes are locked inside my residence, and I can't seem to get the door open. Would you mind helping me with it? It's the one right over there. I think if you give them doors enough of a pull, be gentle with it. Ah, that's it. Now let's have a look. Yes. I remember now. That biker wasn't even trying to hide his alien heritage. His body had tattoos from a parlor nearby, and one of them looked rather fresh.
Now I know where to go next. Thank you for your cooperation.
You're going already? I've got more information about aliens.
I have what I...
You're off to the tattoo shop? But just make sure not to get inked. Those designs are very alluring.
Full metal armor and you still want piercings. Hey, respect.
I am not here for that.
A tattoo, then. It'll really bring out that jawline.
How about I bring out your jawline?
Hey, man, no pressure. I was just trying to be helpful. Anyway, if you're not here for inking, what do you want?
A biker called Spike. I heard he was your customer.
I don't serve no bikers. Don't know who told you that, but it's a load of bull.
Are you denying making tattoos for the street vultures?
You've got no proof, cop. Now stay off my case. I need to get back to my work.
Nigga nigga nigga.
Yes. Those are N-words. Thanks for the donation, vegan depressed faggot slave.
I found evidence of your connections to the biker gang.
I'm not telling you nothing, cop.
Spike and what is left of the street vultures are going down. It is your choice if you want to join them.
Ah, fuck. I told him not to come in here when he was so hot. He brought this on himself.
Where is he?
He's got a place nearby somewhere, but I don't know where exactly.
I am afraid this information is too vague.
His motorcycle must be parked outside. It's some sort of chopper. I don't know. You can check the plate number on that photo.
I know there is more you are not telling me.
His motorcycle has a decal on the gas tank. It's a black vulture with wheels instead of claws.
Wise choice for a scum artist.
Oh, I can't concentrate with all those reflections bouncing off your armor.
Hey, Robocop. Mr. Mills would like to have a word. He's waiting in the car.
Don't care. Wait. Is there something in here that I'm supposed to... Alright. I think that's it. Or maybe not.
We should vote Kuzak. The Mills guy's just another suit. He knows nothing about ordinary people.
Could I have his name, please? Over.
Sure thing. It's Officer Rat. He should be in one of the dumpsters. That's the only place he belongs, if you catch my drift. Over and out.
Right. So much for my field training.
I think that's it. Damn it, no. Where the hell is this shit? Why is this fucking thing so hard to find? I think that's it. Match. There we go. Yeah, I just watched RoboCop earlier today. It's such a sick movie.
Still no joy with the broadcast! Fucking OCP's good-for-nothing piece of shit.
Be quiet, you moron! Yes, we'll get it working in no time, Mr. Wendell. Sir. Yes, we won't screw it up.
He's using you, just like he used us. He hired us, but he failed to deliver. That's why we went to get what we were owed. Ah! Oh!
Talk about a sore loser. You had your chance and you blew it. Now it's the toy chance turn. Deal with it, biker bitch.
Yeah, we watched Gokinaru's video on Sneeko. Fucking annihilated him.
Oh shit! We've got company!
Mind if I join the party, creeps?
You weren't invited. Let's crush this tin can.
I'll torch you to it.
What did Wendell make you do?
You saw it yourself. He needed us to extract brains from corpses. Most of my men didn't have the stomach for it.
Why brains?
He would never say. Wendell keeps his cards close to his chest.
Where is he?
When? Now? I bet it'd be in front of a screen whenever that fucking signal is supposed to reach. 'Cause he's always watching.
Operator, requesting an ambulance. One unconscious fugitive suffering heavy blood loss. Operator, Wendell's trail leads to the outskirts west of town, continuing pursuit.
Wee wee wee. I don't know why I'm so goddamn tired. Fuck me, dude. What's the weather supposed to be like? Feel like I just have to go out and do stuff and just stay awake, man. Let me take a look. It's gonna get up to 7. It's not too bad. It is gonna rain, but I have rain clothes. Yeah, I might just go out. Do have to get a new keyboard. I think I'll just try to go out and just stay awake. Yeah, I should probably make coffee and stuff too. No, 80s is cocaine. Crack is 90s.
First, they can't even connect a few fucking cables, and now they don't even answer.
It's the new guy. He's waiting for some bigwig to show up. He's planning to do some psycho presentation.
And who is the bigwig?
You had a girlfriend that used crack?
Mr. W, we still have no contact
That's
with the
pretty
funhouse.
whack.
I'm on the phone. We're ready. I understand, but please tell him that this is not a meeting that can be postponed. I see.
So, they ain't coming, right? Fucking suits!
Keep your anger to yourself, or I'll share mine with you.
Who's there? Show yourself!
You'd better not.
As you wish, creep. You are under arrest. Come quietly.
Do you really believe that's what's gonna happen? Take care of him, boys. I'll meet you on the roof.
What's up, metal freak? Forget where you left your car?
You better go, Miss Ortiz.
I've heard some experts say debating quacks like anti-vaxxers on large platforms is counterproductive because it gives a false impression of legitimacy to the quack. Your thoughts? I disagree in the case that the expert is also a competent debater.
So, it's a little bit of a complicated case. It depends on the quack and it depends on the expert. I don't think experts should be debating any kind of random quack, but in cases where you have a well-knowledged expert and you have a quack that has some level of respect and legitimacy, so very large fan base, maybe there's a lot of money backing them. There are a lot of anti-vaxxers that actually have, millionaire or even billionaire donors backing them. That may be a case where a debate would make sense. So, you do want to have some you do want to have some debate with these people when there's an opportunity to delegitimize their platform. But yeah, when there's like a random fucking idiot quack that has no legitimacy, and then you're platforming them, it does give legitimacy to their bullshit. So it kind of depends. Thanks for the donation though, Deep PP.
It seems.
Dude, she has a nice ass.
Trouble.
Isn't there a guy on the right? There is.
Is that you? Come to us. Yeah, Dad, we're waiting for you.
You just got some sativa? I hate pure sativas. They're fucking awful. They just give me this gross, speedy high that I fucking hate. And they make me insanely hungry, too. I hate it.
Dad? Are you coming? Dad? Dad, are you here? I'm scared. Come find me, please. Why won't you come for me, Dad? Don't leave me, please. Don't leave me alone. Dad?
Special offers at Juneberry Mall. Now a free Joy has a discount on wedding rings. Choose something special. It's a symbol of your love. Something for her to remember you by after you decide to get yourself killed and leave your family all alone, Alex Murphy.
Those mannequins have nice butts.
Take advantage of our offer.
Dad? Is that you? You look different. You're scaring me. I don't like how scary you are now.
It's not your dad, kid. It's not even a police officer. I don't know what it is anymore.
Hi, you've reached the Vanderburg store. Please leave a message
The remains of my husband.
Play
A
Sekiro?
police officer killed in the line of duty.
I might play that game
Were used
again,
to create
maybe.
some kind of a metal monster. I want to bury it to move forward in my life. Do you have a funeral suit that would fit that empty shell? A cop!
I don't like Elden Ring. Elden Ring fucking sucks, dude.
Did you hear? It's true. You're not one of us anymore. You're not human. And you're not a real cop. You're just the rotting remains of
Alex Murphy.
You're something that should
Never
have been. Something
that should
not exist. We have to fix you. We have to erase you. And we will. Just come to us. Come to the rooftop. We're waiting.
Do the male mannequins have good butts? I don't know, I didn't take a look.
If the voice in your head is you, then who's the one listening?
The one listening is your mom. Thanks for the donation, Alawali Shaven Asshole.
It's not one of us. It doesn't even have a badge. It's the crap that is stuck to our shoe. A cuckoo egg planted by OCP. We need to clear our station of this shit. We must smash that thing. Fire at will. You're not one of us. You feel that too, don't you?
We tried Zyn before. Is that the nicotine pouch stuff? I've never seen it.
You're back. There's coffee in the kitchen.
It's kind of a weird house.
Do you like it? The mug.
Dad, can you fix the camera? I think something's broken. Hey, you fixed it! Remember I'm playing a game this afternoon? Dad wouldn't miss it, would he?
Pick me up at the station. I'll grab my gear.
Do you really have to go? You look so sexy in that uniform. Why won't you stay a little longer?
Do you think average vegans are hardly even vegan? They just have some emotional attachment to animals, have no principled views. Most vegans outside of the debate community are odd.
Everyone wants to be back home with
I don't
their
know.
families.
Um,
Back home.
I've seen quite a lot of people call themselves vegan then feed their cat meat, so there's a lot of fake-ass vegans. You know? Like Simnet Nutrition being an example. Fucking hate that cunt. Happy Healthy Vegan.
Welcome, traveler.
let's take a stroll through your home. Do you think you can just go back? Go on with your life like nothing? This is a one-family house, built by ZM Industries. It's for sale because the head of the family, Long, was shot in the head.
Your family has forgotten you. Why do you want to remember them? You attach yourself to something that is the weakest in you, to the part that's still human.
Have you thought it over? Why not
SUX.
Why carry this burden? What is your sacrifice worth? Holding on to them makes you weak. Destroy them. Destroy them before they destroy you.
Don't think I saw UFC 299.
Alex
Might have, I
Murphy,
can't remember.
the one and the only. I'm here because you have something that belongs to me. You have my badge. Lewis gave it to me. Lewis is hurt because of you. Because you keep insisting that you're something that you're not. You think that you are a fusion of me in this metal armor, but you're not me. Not even a part of me. I'm dead, and I want to finally rest, but you won't let me. Your delusions keep tormenting me and my family. You need to let us go. I want my badge back. I have it. So I remember. Remember what? The lie? Lewis knows us. She would not lie. Give it to me. It's mine. But, Lewis, I want it back. This is my badge. Then I'll have to take it back myself.
You are strong enough to take him. Don't forget you have a partner who's counting on you. Take this gift. Don't forget who you are. Alex Murphy.
Get up, Robo. Get up, for God's sake. That's it, Robo. Keep going.
Where's the chopper? The cops will be here any...
Wendell Antonowski.
Haven't you had enough yet?
You are under arrest. You have the right to remain silent.
Relax. I'm not your enemy. If I were, you would have already...
You have the right to an attorney.
Hey! I wanted to help you. Release you from the burden of your past life, of your memories. But you don't want to lose them, right? Now I get it.
Anything you say may be used against you.
I can give you back those memories. All of them. We should help each other. We have the same boss!
Police!
God damn it, you again?
People need to see this.
Cuff him. He is a cop killer.
Hands behind your back!
Can you hand me my lighter? It's a family heirloom. I wouldn't want to lose it.
You mean this trinket? It'll be safer in the prison depository. You'll pick it up yourself in, I don't know, 150 years?
Plenty of time for rehabilitation.
Top story. Wendell Antonowski, the infamous new guy in town, has been apprehended today. RoboCop was able to capture Antonowski, as reported by an eyewitness, Channel 9's Samantha Ortiz. Unfortunately, no footage of the event has emerged. RoboCop's efforts have prompted a public debate regarding his status as a human being. Here's a statement from John Mills, a candidate for the mayor's office in the upcoming mayoral election.
Today, RoboCop has done more for this city than the current administration has done in its entire term. That's why I feel that it's time to give something back. If elected, I will be advocating to grant RoboCop the status of a free, living human being. That's right. Vote Mills, vote RoboCop.
Staying on the topic of OCP, the CEO of Omni Consumer Products suffered a heart attack earlier today. The self-made entrepreneur has been taken to the Gibson Memorial Hospital for observation. His condition is stable. We wish you a speedy recovery.
Wendell's in prison and the old man is on his way out? Could this day be any better?
Geez, Steph, don't you have any respect?
Here's the man of the hour.
Congrats, Robo! You caught that bastard for what he did to Lewis.
We are not done yet.
Murphy, come talk to me after you're done with your evaluation.
I knew he'd get him. I just knew he'd be the one to bust that asshole.
Glad we have Murphy on our team.
Is that the TV personality I keep seeing on television? Something not many people know about me. I used to be a car mechanic before I landed this job.
Is that supposed to put us at ease, Morgan?
Congratulations on catching Wendell. You seem to constantly be front-page news. Not only that, your situation has become a topic of public debate. I imagine that could take a toll on anyone. How are you dealing with other people trying to determine your identity for you?
I am used to it.
Of course. It's not your TV debut. But the status of a human would make you an autonomous being. It opens many doors. Being given human rights would let you fully take control of your life. Is that something that you'd actually want?
I do not need other people's approval to determine who I am.
No. But no man is an island. The idea of granting you human rights is a very important issue. But no more important than the main reason for today's session. Many people might not be aware of that, but I have the whole report
It's gonna be cold
on the
for
heavy
like
glitches that you suffered before capturing Wendell.
fucking week.
The only other time you've experienced anything similar is the
Dude,
slaughterhouse incident.
why doesn't the
That's
winter
when your
just
partner was
end?
wounded. Now, you were fighting the person responsible for it. Do you think the severity of those glitches is caused by the intense feelings that you have towards either of them?
My partner is important. I needed to do right by her.
I know how close she is to you. Let's dig a little deeper. Your typical glitches are triggered by sensory stimulation, similar to how most people experience memories when exposed to particular sights, sounds, or smells. But this wasn't the case with the other glitches that you experienced recently?
No, they triggered randomly.
That's what I suspected. And now tell me, what did they seem like to you when you experienced them?
Corrupted visions of my past.
I think we're onto something. Your usual glitches were making you recall memories. No more harmful than remembering your wedding.
Yeah, it ain't
or
hot
hearing
here.
Mendelssohn's March. We have to differentiate them from
Right
those
now it's
severe
3 degrees
malfunctions that you
Celsius. It's
experienced
gonna
in
get
the
up to 7
slaughterhouse
tomorrow.
And at the mall. Those latter ones are the real problem, and we need to get to the bottom of it. But I think I've gathered quite a lot of valuable data, and at our next session, I'll present my conclusions.
Hey, Robo, could you stop by the cells on your way to read? Someone there wants to speak to you.
Nope.
If it happens, I'm definitely getting sacked. I've got a degree in robotics. Not a human relation.
Sometimes I'm surprised you got a high school diploma.
I'd recognize those footsteps anywhere.
What did you do this time?
Why does it have to be that I did something? Maybe one of your guys just got a little overeager.
Did they?
No. But none of this matters. I'm here mainly to congratulate us. We did it. We got the guy.
We
sure did, partner.
Any new leads?
Are you looking for trouble? This is the they lived happily ever after part of the story.
Wendell was conducting suspicious activity for someone at OCP. I want to know who.
Shit. I thought you were just looking to avenge your partner. I forgot that you're a dutiful officer. All right. I'll keep my ear to the ground and see what the streets are saying.
Good.
Talk to you later, partner.
Did you hear? The old man had a heart attack.
Seriously?
Hey, I think you locked me out again.
I can't
Murphy,
hear you.
in
We're
my
busy
office.
working. Yeah, I get it.
Catching Antonowski put a smile on a lot of people's faces, but we still have one unresolved issue.
Catching his accomplice at OCP.
Exactly. And when everyone realizes that OCP's been sabotaging us the whole time, mentions of a strike will come up again. We don't want that. So who do you think it is? Becker's an obvious choice. I just don't know if that's not too obvious. Do you suspect that Becker's on Wendell's payroll?
It has to be him.
Then you won't like what I've got to say next. Becker wanted to meet you. You're supposed to show up at some old factory. And he wanted you to come alone.
A rather unusual request.
That's why I'll get Officer Washington to listen in. By the way, how do you feel about it? Can you trust him?
Despite shortcomings, he is trying his best.
That makes me a little less anxious about signing him up to look after you. I'm skeptical of anyone that OCP tries to push on us. First Becker, then Washington, and let's not forget about Dr. Blanche. Speaking of which, Dr. Blanche, is she being helpful? Are you getting anything out of those sessions?
She is an enormous help. She listens.
Good. That's good to hear. Sometimes that's all it takes.
I will meet.
Yes,
Becker,
I still
but
stand
there is a
against
place I will visit
Palpatines.
first.
Sure thing. In the meantime, I'll brief your overseer. Officer Washington!
Yes, sir.
You've got a new assignment.
I'm ready and willing.
Do I still support farmers? What the fuck are you talking about?
Did you watch the game yesterday? I don't know what's wrong with our team. We're losers.
I wanted to throw the TV out the window. I pulled a hamstring because
Wait, why are you asking me about my liver and kidneys? They shot me in the leg.
She's waiting for you, Murphy.
And additional benefits if you decide to sell.
Just pull it out and let me leave.
Come on, give me the skinny. I want to know everything.
Ah, Murphy, we started the party a little early. I hope you don't mind.
Sorry, partner. It's
And you
Come, you
okay.
Oogie boogie. Just gonna
You
skip
look
through
well.
this.
what?
I suggest
You know, I don't think I just the fact
we should.
easier. I up.
Neither of us could have predicted the.
That doesn't make what I and why.
That is
right.
That is.
Damn.
We do not have.
Not yet. I don't know. I'm not anyway.
I look.
Do you know Brock Lesnar raped someone with Vince McMahon? Wasn't Brock Lesnar supposed to rape that girl, and then
longer in this stench.
it ended up being that he couldn't make it? I thought that was what happened.
Does it?
Yeah, Vince McMahon is absolutely fucked. He's a piece of shit.
Always try to improve people's lives. Michael.
Someone in OCP was supporting Wendell's operations. I want to know who.
RoboCop? Oh God. I'm getting close to my final, but you came. Tell me.
Fragments of.
I believe. Unfortunately.
Are you referring?
I know you would never let. That's better. I can always count on you. Can't I?
Why the long face, Robo? They'll pump him full of OCP's cocktails on Monday morning and be back to sign ideas and nothing.
I don't allow you to treat me like this. I am the mayor of this city. RoboCop, you have to intervene.
Ugh.
I'm late to the stream, but I hope you're doing great tonight. You should try modafinil for wakefulness, it's like coffee without jitters. Any new Frank vids? Watch this youtube.com/watch?v=pvukefqs.
Let me take a look. Modafinil. I think somebody's told me about that before.
Hair transplants are cool. I like them. It's probably the most useful surgery for looks, especially for men, although a lot of women also do hair transplants. Hair transplants are cool. I like them. It's so funny that he gets his head shaved almost every day, and that's simply because of how insecure he is about his hair loss. If he wasn't, and if people who have hair loss wouldn't be so insecure about it, then they would simply let it grow as it is. They would let the sides only grow if they only had hair on the sides, but you really try to cover it up by shaving the head. But a lot of these insecure guys will always say, just shave it off, embrace it. How is that embracing it? Embracing your hair loss would literally be letting it grow out as it is, but you don't. You try to hide it by shaving it like this insecure squirrel looking guy. Hair transplants are cool. I like them. People who have hair loss wouldn't be so insecure about it, then they would simply let it grow. I'm making a lot of money while getting my head shaved. Oh yeah, you know.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I didn't expect this.
I generally crave testicles. I generally crave testicles. I generally crave testicles. I generally crave testicles. I generally crave testicles.
Yep, Spherage is quite a character. Thanks for the donation 5.
What makes TikTok more dangerous and different than Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter? The difference is that TikTok is ultimately controlled by the Chinese government. Let me walk you through a scenario. The People's Liberation Army decides to invade Taiwan. The very next day, TikTok changes their algorithm so no pro-Taiwan content can be found.
Where are you from?
Taiwan. I don't think that Taiwan's gonna survive without China.
And viewers are told that Taiwan has always been part of China. China just wants to reunify to avoid Taiwan being colonized by America. Protesters who have been influenced by TikTok block ports preventing the U.S. Navy from leaving and reinforcing Taiwan. And the People's Liberation Army gains a significant advantage in taking over the island. So the difference is that an American company's executives could be charged and held accountable if this scenario occurred. Whereas good luck getting a subpoena to a ByteDance executive in China. TikTok is a weapon system that is owned by China. If you want to learn more, click down here for my long form video, or if you're on Instagram.
Yeah, TikTok needs to be banned, or the ownership of the company has to be given away. Alright, Nighty Night Poppy Mongo.
Did Mr. Becker's intentions become clear? Maybe he wants to thank you for catching Wendell.
I only seek answers.
You came, so you can follow a command. Surprising.
Surrender, or there will be trouble.
Defiant as usual. Your creators screwed up the job by not installing an off switch. Well, it doesn't pay to fix their mistakes. It's cheaper just to replace you. So, RoboCop, meet the future of law enforcement. Power like yours, but at the push of a button. That is why it is not only more effective than you, but infinitely more obedient. That's just a fragment of the speech I had prepared. But hell, this product speaks for itself.
RoboCop, what's the status?
This is no appreciation party.
Gunshots? What's going on?
Becker has introduced me to new robots.
UEDs? They're already functional? Mr. Becker bragged about them during my onboarding. I'll try to find something that could help. Just give me a sec.
Don't get excited. This was just a warm-up.
RoboCop, I got something. A headless UED will start shooting other droids. It's a bug that ended a presentation in front of the OCP board. I'm looking at the footage now.
Let us see if they ever got around to fixing it.
Warm-up is over. Get ready for the real strike. I knew the guy that made you. Bob Morton, right? Arrogant brown nose. Happy that he's dead. One less asshole on my way to the chairman seat, you know? But now, I wish he was here. So that he could see your end. It's impossible for you to win. I've seen the simulation.
RoboCop, I've got some more on the UED project. The old man didn't like it much and wanted to shut it down. He was certain that your brain was what was making you superior to them, so Becker continued to work on the project in secret.
He took a big gamble.
Hey, who are you talking to? Is that Oedipus guy helping you? Well, once I'm done with you, his career is over. You are durable, I'll give you that. You could become a strong part of my urban enforcement. Your redundant parts have too much impact on your behavior.
Richard, I don't not believe you. But you did make a claim that your poop was at least 20 inches long. Are you sure it wasn't more like perhaps in the 9 to 12 inch long range? 77,777,777.
I've had some insanely long snake-like turds, so... Yeah, I've had a turd that's like that. Thanks for the donation, the Then That.
Terminating aggression.
Becker knows you are helping me.
He gave me access to the OCP data himself. Under these circumstances, I feel obliged to use them any way I see fit.
Until now, I didn't want to damage you too much, but no more.
Check out who's going to be a potential buyer of TikTok even when they are forced to part ways with ByteDance, which is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party.
To be clear, if Mnuchin gets TikTok and Musk has Twitter, that's two of the most influential messaging platforms on the planet in the hands of MAGA and their allies in an election year, and with both purchases done on a Democratic White House and Senate's watch. Former Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin says he's putting together an investor group. Jesus. Well, it's probably better than China, but still not ideal. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Fuck.
Activity. I am the police.
Do you think OCP will keep you running indefinitely? You cost too much and object too often. You and the police are unprofitable. That's why I made the urban enforcement droids. I'm gonna replace all of you with them. Appreciate being among the first to know. You know what? I'll turn you off anyway. You can resist, but it doesn't change anything. I won't let something like you kill my project.
Ceasefire. Execution of justice.
That was Harry. Let's look for some healing things. $21.
hell just happened?
Becker!
Oh, just stop right there.
Great performance, RoboCop. And Mr. Becker, it was an excellent presentation. You promised to show me a reliable remedy for this crime wave. And you really did.
Yes, I've been working on UEDs for the past 5 years.
I meant RoboCop. He's proved once again that he's still the top player.
Excuse me? It just barged in here and started accusing me of conspiracy without a shred of proof. It is not stable.
I have Wendell's confession.
Oh, do you mean the guy that's been harvesting human organs? Very reliable source. You keep forgetting that your organic components are the bane of my entire existence. They complicate things. I need a simple tool. A tool that I can control. And until this remote is in my hands, I have that... Oh!
Well, it's time for me to go. Thank you, Mr. Becker, for your presentation. I'll be watching the progress of your project. But until then, keep up the excellent work, RoboCop.
And you better keep an eye on that remote.
Did you know that Trump opposes the TikTok ban? Even Marjorie Traitor Jewish Space Lasers Green and Tucker Carlson are in agreement with Trump. Lol, even maggots in Congress and Senate are opposing Trump on this issue. LMFAO.
And then there has to be something behind that. For a guy who's so paranoid about China, that is bizarre that he'd be against the TikTok ban. There must be something behind that.
Then we saw Donald Trump, Chris, this morning saying, you know what? Banning TikTok all of a sudden is something he might be against, even though top Republican leadership here in Washington is seemingly for it. What's going on here?
So when he was president, Trump tried to do a deal to force the parent company ByteDance to sell TikTok, and he had even arranged a buyer for it. It was going to go to Microsoft. I assume if Microsoft took over TikTok, he would always try to make you go into Microsoft Teams, and then it would crash. But so Trump had this vision to do this deal, and he couldn't put it together. He couldn't bring it to fruition. Right. I assume this is one part sour grapes, doesn't want Biden to get credit for it, but another part that he pointed out, he really hates Meta. He really, really hates Meta, and TikTok is Meta's big competitor.
I mean, TikTok, it's like half the country, 150 million plus. We don't have an exact
It's the most
number.
popular website in the United States.
There you go. And popular overwhelmingly among young people.
I don't think it's as popular as is being claimed, but it is pretty popular. The amount of fucking bots that are on TikTok is just insane.
Well, Ashley, so how much of this is, you know what? I can't alienate a massive voting base, voting block in an election year. Is there some of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think last week when we were on, it was a shock that this bill came out of committee 50-0, and then it was getting momentum. It's supposed to be on the House floor on Wednesday. But I think that this may cause a little bit of a pause. But I think there's other questions that we were talking about at the beginning of the segment before we got on, is this bill actually even legal?
I think there'll be a long time before we see this come to fruition, because there will be lawsuits. We talked about a First Amendment issue and taking away platforms and opportunities for people to express themselves. But I think it's interesting, once you get a divestiture and all the approvals are done.
That's a sale.
That's a
right?
sale.
Yep.
How do you implement divesting? That is, who puts together, Kevin O'Leary maybe?
We're going to talk to Kevin O'Leary here in about a minute.
He'll have competition on that also, because his competitors won't want him to just take advantage of it. It'll be interesting to see who puts together, what, $200-300 billion to do that deal? We'll have to see. And will there be any foreign investors?
Well, and they said the House Speaker was going to bring this up for a vote this week in the House. This could move pretty quickly, especially that it had such agreement, bipartisan agreement, which is rare in Congress, and likely to be supported in the Senate. This is a concern, national security concern. You're seeing more and more Democrats agreeing with Republicans that China is a a threat. We saw President Biden saying that if it came to him, he would sign it. So this may move more quickly than we expect.
But how many of those folks are on TikTok, using TikTok for political purposes and for entertainment?
But this is not banning TikTok like all the other bills did that were stopped. And also, exactly. But I actually think that if I were ByteDance, I would just come up with some solution before anything passes.
All right. Thank you for watching.
Interesting. Yeah. Trump's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
That should do it.
Oh. Becker's here, and the cops are not happy.
Oh my God!
Tested an army of robots on RoboCop. Can you believe that?
That is so unethical. To conduct an experiment without our supervision?
Right.
I do not understand why I'm so fucking tired, dude. It's just crazy how tired I am. Psh. Ugh. Bruh.
Oh,
why in the fuck? That is so... Yeah, why is it doing that?
Really important question.
Black humans eat spicy chip, watch all of it or I'm getting gigged to smear poop on every surface in your home lol JK. Boogly woogly boogity doo, he's gig and he's has enough poop for 99 square feet.
Let me take a look.
Did you say we going on like...
One.
What we going on?
Going on one, two,
I'm sweating already.
1, 2, 3, eat.
1, 2, 3, eat. Okay, y'all, this is for real, for real. You gotta be serious. Don't have me.
Okay.
Don't have me hanging. Don't have me hanging. I'm serious.
2,
don't have me hanging.
3, eat.
Go. This is going bad.
My heart beating so fast.
You got swallow? Hold on, baby. Don't worry about it, baby.
Apparently that is a spicy chip. How do they have... Is all their views through shorts or something? How do they have 744k subs, but then they get, like, no views? That's super weird. Thanks for the donation, Alawali.
Trying to destroy, essentially, the Zionist enterprise and the emergent Jewish state. And the reaction was transfer in some way. Not as policy, but this is what happened on the battlefield. And this is also what Ben Gurion at some point began to want as well.
Right. Well, you know, one of the first books on this issue I read when I was still in high school, because my late father had it, was the Diaries of Theodor Herzl. And I think, you know, Theodor Herzl, of course, was the founder of the contemporary Zionist movement. And I think if you read that, it's very clear. For Herzl, the model upon which the Zionist movement would proceed, his model was Cecil Rhodes. I think, you know, Rhodes, from what I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, has quite a prominent place in Herzl's diaries. I think Herzl was also corresponding with him and seeking his support. Cecil Rhodes, of course, was the British colonialist after whom the former white minority regime in Rhodesia was named. And Herzl also says explicitly in his diaries that it is essential to remove the existing population from Palestine.
Can I respond to this?
In a moment. He says we shall have to spirit the penniless population across the borders and procure...
I'm so glad. And this is another example of dishonesty. Like, listen to everything he's taught, how much he's built this, like, quote up, right? I'm so glad that Benny has read this whole diary thing. God, I'm so glad Benny was here for this. God, this is so slimy.
In a moment, he says we shall have to spirit the penniless population across the borders and procure employment for them elsewhere. And Israel's Anglo, who you mentioned, a land without a people for a people without a land. They knew damn well it wasn't a land without a people. I'll continue, but please go ahead.
Just to this, there is one small diary entry in Herzl's vast.
It's 5 volumes.
Yeah, 5 volumes. There's one paragraph which actually mentions the idea of transfer. There are people who think that Herzl was actually pointing to South America when he was talking about that. The Jews were going to move to Argentina, and then they would.
Wow, Illuminator, thanks for the 5 subs.
Try and buy out or buy off or spirit the penniless natives to make way for Jewish settlement. Maybe.
Here's probably the main reason for why Trump and other maggots are opposing the current TikTok ban bill. It makes so much sense to me.
Let me see. Jeff Yass, the billionaire ByteDance investor donating to Republicans who flipped against the TikTok ban. Donald Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy have at least 2 things in common. They've both done an abrupt about face on TikTok, and they're both entangled with Yas. Yas, the richest person in the state of Pennsylvania, runs an enormous prop trading firm focused on tech called Susquehanna International Group. In 2005, shortly after China became the world's second largest economy, Susquehanna strategically zeroed in on that market. Its China-focused VC arm, SGI China, currently lists 369 startups, blah, blah, blah. So, reportedly 15% stake. Yas's personal share, believed to be about 7%, is currently valued at $21 billion. That would account for about 3/4 of what Forbes estimates his total net worth to be. Yas is also a prominent political donor. In fact, he is the top Republican donor for the 2024 election cycle, having dropped a reported $34 million so far into various national and statewide campaigns. So basically, he's giving money to Donald Trump, and he has a big stake in TikTok. That's funny. Of course, it's, corruption. Thanks for that donation, Ben.
He wasn't even talking about the Arabs in that particular passage. That's the argument of some people. Maybe he was. But the point is, it has only a 1/100th of a 1% of the diary which is devoted to the subject. It's not a central idea in Herzl's thinking. What Herzl wanted, and this is what's important, not Rhodes, I don't think he was the model. Herzl wanted to create a liberal, democratic, Western state in Palestine for the Jews. That was the idea. Not some imperial enterprise serving some imperial master, which is what Rhodes was about, but to have a Jewish state which was modeled on the Western democracies in Palestine. And this, incidentally, was more or less what Weizmann and Ben-Gurion wanted. Ben-Gurion was more of a socialist, Weizmann was more of a liberal Westerner, but they wanted to establish a social democratic or liberal state in Palestine, and they both envisioned through most of the years of their activity that there would be an Arab minority in that Jewish state. It's true that Ben-Gurion strived to have as small as possible an Arab minority in the Jewish state, because he knew that if you want a Jewish majority state, that would be necessary, but it's not something which they were willing to translate into actual policy.
Just a quick pause to mention that for people who are not familiar, Theodor Herzl, we're talking about over a century ago, and everything we've been talking about has been mostly 1948 and before.
Yes, just one clarification on Herzl's diaries. I mean, the other thing that I recall from those diaries is he was very
No, I haven't watched Dune 2 yet.
Preoccupied with, in fact, getting great power patronage, seeing Palestine, the Jewish state in Palestine, I think his words, an outpost of civilization against barbarism.
Yes.
In other words, very much seeing his project as a proxy for Western imperialism in the Middle East.
Not proxy. He wanted to establish a Jewish state which would be independent. To get that, he hoped that he would be able to garner support from major imperial powers,
including the Ottoman Sultan, who he tried to cultivate. I just want to respond to a point you made earlier, which was that people expressed their rejection of the partition resolution on the grounds that it gave the majority of Palestine to the Jewish.
Why do you dislike the other guy so much? You'll see. I don't dislike him as a person, but his, you'll see.
Community, which.
You know what? I think I'm going to end the stream right now. I might be up early streaming again. I probably will try to stream earlier in the day, like morning, afternoonish, just so I stay awake. But I'm fucking tired. I need some rest, even though I slept all day. I think it's the antipsychotic meds I'm on that are making me so sleepy. But yeah, I'll be on later. I'll be on tomorrow night for sure, around the usual time. But probably gonna do like an afternoon stream where we'll just like fuck around, play games or something. But hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.